Long time coming, I've been missing these for a variety of reasons, mostly snooker, but the cruise is over, and now it's time to get back into it. This is Agatha Christie's ABC Murders. I'm not familiar with Agatha Christie, and if somebody hadn't earlier mentioned Poirot, I wouldn't have noticed that Poirot is our character here. I assume that's Poirot. Have I ever seen... I think I've seen a show about Poirot. Can I remember anything about it? I absolutely cannot. But that is neither here nor there. What is here and there is the fact that we are tasked with defeating this game within 6 hours, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. A peculiar time to say the least. And that is because that is to gain the title of most senior of detectives, as Beware the Blobber and Miss Morrighan previously ran this game, with that being their best time. I have to defeat it. I'm not allowed to skip any voice acting or cutscenes the first time I come across them. I don't know if you ever are in a situation where you hear them again, but I assume I can skip them afterwards. There's an in-game hint system that I don't fully understand how to use. I think it's on a cooldown, but if I ever do use it, I'm going to have to increment my own timer by 10 minutes. Meaning if this game really sucks, I can just take a load of hints and blow through my timer. How about that? Not a terrible offset there, but I'm sure that's not the point. Otherwise, gotta beat the game, and I assume that means roll credits, and sadly I don't see a credits button here. Nick is saying you can't be expecting Americans to be awake at this ungodly hour. Can I just say I can't be expecting Americans? That would be nice. Alright, let's get underway. Timer starts as ever when I have control, so let's... oh, hang on. Let's kill our test profile and get going with weekly one-shot 283, number 300. Looms.
Some post for you, Poirot.
Mr. Hercule Poirot, you fancy yourself, don't you, at solving mysteries that are too difficult for our poor thick-head British police? Let us see, Mr. Clever Poirot, just how clever you can be. Perhaps you'll find this nut too hard to crack. Look out for handover on the 21st of the month. Yours extra, A, B, C.
Oh, it's some sort of joke.
Maybe. But please remind me to inform Chief Inspector Japp.
It's here, Poirot. The murder took place in this street. Grim place indeed.
Tout à fait, Hastings. The streets of Andover are in a terrible state.
Look, there's Chief Inspector Japp. He's talking with a policeman.
Let us try not to get our shoes wet.
Okay, not a terrible amount of establishment there. And where is Andover? Maybe this means more to you if you know who this Poirot fellow is. Anyway, feels like I have control, and that means our timer gets started. Let's go and have a chat with Japp. Can I chat to
Don't dilly-dally,
others?
Poirot. Japp will be waiting for us.
Alright, very well then. Since I have to listen to any VA for the first time,
A puddle. How clumsy.
then I should probably avoid doing things like walking into puddles.
Over here, it's Hastings and Poirot. You missed the 9 o'clock train?
We took the 10:30. Luckily, the service is good to Andover.
So, Chief Inspector, what do we have?
The victim is called Alice Asher. She owned this tobacco shop. She was killed yesterday with a blow to the back of the head.
At what time?
Let me just check.
Take advantage of the moments when the person you're with is busy to observe him or her. You'll obtain clues to Anisgon. Alright, what's going on here, Jap? 3 clues that agree with our remark. We made a remark?
Is Jack being too relaxed? Let us find the clues that prove it.
Okay. He's smiling? Is he? Must be a mustached person thing. He's not even looking in his pocket. His hands aren't very jittery. Oh, he's got some kind of red rash going on there.
Jap is in a good mood. I bet he thinks he's already caught the culprit.
The last customer to see Mrs. Asher alive left her shop at 5:30. The body was found at around 11 in the evening by an officer doing his rounds. The shop door was open. That's what alerted him.
Had anything been taken?
A little tobacco maybe, but you'd hardly murder for a few smokes. There's nothing of any real value in the shop.
What type of woman was Mrs. Asher?
In her 50s, married but separated, no children.
Her husband?
Aha, Franz Asher, the husband. Alcoholic and violent. It's said that he regularly insulted his wife and threatened to kill her.
Do you think he's guilty?
We'll look for Franz Asher. If he doesn't have an alibi, the case is closed. A very unoriginal murder.
Peut-être. May I examine the crime scene?
Of course, old chap.
I'll be with you in a minute, Poirot.
Oh god, it's rather stiff and painful already, but come on, let's get into the swing of things.
I'll be with you in a minute, Poirot.
Morrighan is saying that parts of this will be painful to watch. Hopefully you mean the game and not my performance,
Jap
but...
is in a good mood. I bet he thinks he's already caught the culprit.
Could easily be either, or both. Yeah, I'm curious to know, this time, whose is it? Was that Morrighan or Blobber? Who came out on top? Who is currently the most senior of detectives? Observe topic from all angles.
It's not just any railway guide. It's an ABC.
Ooh, like the title of the game.
It's open at the letter A. There are no prints on the book. Red liquid is oozing out. Is it blood? No, it's just some strawberries that are losing their juice. They probably come from the fruit and vegetable shop opposite.
But what else can we use our brilliant, I assume, Belgian brain to figure out? Is there more to this book?
It's not just any...
No.
The counter is covered with fingerprints all on top of one another. Unfortunately, it will not be possible to use them.
Oh gosh, Morrighan voted fail. Well, it's not her challenge. But Blobber is embracing tradition, voting for victory.
She has a packet of play cigarette next to her hand. Did she drop it when she fell?
This is very unlike Nancy. Nancy would just be grabbing everything.
This poor woman's head is resting in a very even-shaped pool of blood. She just has one wound on the back of the head. There are no other wounds or signs of a struggle. The body is hidden by the counter and is not visible from the tobacco shop door. Many customers must have thought that Mrs. Asher had popped out. I can't see any other mark on the floor.
Very nice of the game to tell us how many different clues we're looking for.
There are cigarettes packets in a mess on the shelf.
Hopefully this doesn't end up being one of those pixel hunty Nancy Drew experiences. What is this thing meant to say? We've got this grey cells. How do we explain the presence of an ABC guide on the counter? Are we going to try to? Make Poirot's little grey cells... What? The aim is to answer the questions he asks himself by establishing links between clues. So I can say it's all been Inspector Jop all along. Perhaps not. How do we explain the presence of an ABC guide in the counter? Okay, never mind that. Is theft a motive for the crime? Well, probably not. There are all the ciggies left lying around, but I think we need to grab all of our little grey cell blobs to fill these in. Was she killed on sight? Well, her pool of blood is there, so one would think so. Yeah, there's a pool of blood near her head. And she was seen alive that evening. Or is this insufficient? We need more clues. What's this little book thing here? Here's our victim, 50 years old. Tobacconist, married, living alone. And what's this? Inspect the crime scene, still to do. What do we still need to look at anyway? Can we go round the back?
The door is locked.
Oh, le no.
There are cigarettes packets. There are...
What about the till? Go racking around in the till there? Objects hide secrets. Decipher them. Observe the object from all angles. Move, zoom, click.
Till does not appear to have been touched. I have to check that nothing is missing from it.
Yeah, better check thoroughly there, Hercule. Give it a flick.
mechanism has just made a fan click.
And open she goes.
The till is full of money, but there is something strange.
Yes, it is
Something
this.
is hidden underneath.
Better move the money that's in the way. Keep it somewhere safe.
Something is hidden.
Can we look around the thing then? No. There is this little S thing, so maybe we need to flick it back. No, it's not having any of that. Well, it does say 2. Perhaps we need to punch in 2.
I need to find the code.
What did this thing say? It says -2, and this says -5, so it's probably something 52. Is there another? Oh, look at that! 852. 8 quid, 50.
I need to find the code.
2. What? 8. 5 2. Okay, I was trying to do 8 quid 52, but I'll take this instead.
This must be the key to the back of the shop.
Yes, let's go, Poirot. There's work to be done. Okay, see these...
Locked.
Hold our thought for a minute there. How do we get rid of in-game overlay on GOG? Also, how do I get rid of my options to chat with people? I have no idea. I think I'll just have to live with it. Okay.
The door is locked.
How do we use our items then? There we go. I don't look at the thing, use the thing. Yes, getting GOG Galaxy was a terrible mistake.
This interior is very simple.
But I'm not willing to stop and turn it off right now. I'll just have to live with it. Modest crockery, but also glasses out for 2, Poirot. Isn't that a little strange?
Mrs. Asher lived very simply.
How admirable. I used to watch the Poirot series with my grandpa a lot. Good times. I couldn't tell you much about Poirot.
What a strange box. It looks like you have to slide the slats of wood to open it.
Ooh. Well, let's get sliding then.
This button appears to...
Oh. Well, there will be bits accidentally skipped like that. You'll have to trust me that it's not done maliciously, because I was just trying to rotate this thing around, but that's also the skip dialogue button. Round and round they all go. Don't know why, but my dad really liked these kind of box things. I don't see the appeal.
That should do it.
No, Poirot, open the thing the whole way. Along it goes.
Who is this young woman? To my dear Aunt Alice, Mary Drower.
Have you found anything?
The victim has a niece. We must find her.
But why? Anything else we can get our grubby wee hands on? Ooh. Why is this
Such
called
a pretty
thinking?
decoration should be at the center of the motif to respect the symmetry.
Oh, okay, I can't just hold it there and move it then. No, this has to go around in some elaborate manner. Very well then. Consider it done by me. I think I'm working a bit backwards here. This thing doesn't turn around at all, does it? So how do we get into this? I need to be there in some manner of speaking. You'd think I have to use the outer bit in some way. Hold on, does the outer bit go around? Ooh. Could be handy. How do we get into you? It's from there, right? Okay, okay. Is this the best you can do, huh? Not thrilled with the amount that I've messed this up already. I want to be able to get over there. Don't worry, Jake. Morrighan spent hours on this puzzle. But that's exactly why I should be doing it faster and getting some good headway. Not quite there. That seems quite there. So round and round we've gone.
I heard a faint sound as if something was unlocked.
There we go. The cash register. Oh my days. Could you hit me up with a VOD so I've got something to enjoy afterwards, or something to be humbled by afterwards? I'd be much obliged. Also, is this even necessary?
It is blocked.
Oh, le no. Oh, good morning to you, Theos. You've got a minute left on the voting, though. Well, it's not voting, it's gambling. Oh. Okay. Is there something to be garnered by all of this? What could it all mean? The cash register was my great moment of shame. Come now, let's not fool ourselves into thinking there's only one. What am I meant to be getting out of these clicky noises? Maybe I just need to make them all click. Doesn't seem to be much in the way of clues about how these things should be moved. I thought maybe there'd be motives of them. Maybe they all just need to be upright. Although, weren't they all starting pretty upright? That looks correct to me. But they are making noises when I turn them around, and not making noises when I put them to what I think is upright. And that is upright for you. The votes are in, and the majority's on win, with 3.4 million to 2.8 million. Poirot, are you going to try and interact with it at all? It's queer, I can't seem to even interact with it anymore. Reinitialized. Oh, hell no. I don't want to do that top part again. But look at that. It's not even interacting anymore. What could it all mean? I don't know. Maybe I'll just move these things so they all make that noise. I mean, this is definitely all... Oh, look at these! Look at these! We've got little bitty bobs at the top here. Perhaps that is of relevance.
These drawings appear to be attached to the chest of drawers. They won't move.
But what does it all mean?
These drawings appear to be...
Heard you the first time, Poirot.
These drawings appear to be attached...
The perspective here is throwing me off, but looks like the one with the branching out bits is all upside downy. Which one's that, anyway? Yeah, that's you. You're upside down. You're looking over to my left. You are looking just up the ways. Okay, that's fine. And then you are also looking up. Bada bing, bada boom. I got my ego points and a bottle of something.
Medicine. Laudanum-based cough medicine, Mrs. Asher, and Dover Morley Laboratory, London. It's strange to find such an elaborate medicine from a leading London laboratory in the home of such a modest woman. From Mr. Adam Flint, Royal Bank, Eastfield Road, Andover. To Mrs. Alice Asher, 5 Bishops Road, Andover. Dear Mrs. Asher, further to your request of 12 February 1935, I have informed my superiors of your wish to apply for a loan to acquire the lease of the shop you rent from Mr. Fairfax. Despite the seriousness of your case, I regret to inform you that your request has been denied. The amount of your personal contribution, £11, is not high enough and represents too small a part of the final transaction. I remain at your disposal for any questions. Adam Flint. Mrs. Asher's meager savings were not enough for her to own the tobacco shop, but will largely cover her funeral costs.
How morbid, Poirot. Easy, get me away from that. Surely we have all the information we need and can solve our little grey cells problem. Oh no, we still have 2 little bits missing here. A clue is missing. Were we killed on sight? Well, I still think so, but too bad. Let's have a look around her bed.
Did Alice Asher suffer from nosebleeds?
No, clearly it's TB.
An inscription in German. Souvenir of our honeymoon in the Black Forest. To my Alice forever, Franz Asher. The Ashers were a lovely couple when they were young.
Is that meant to be young? Good lord.
Blood.
Perhaps she was not attacked at all. Okay, are we still hunting for clues or are we done and dusted? What does Jap have to say about it? What does anyone have to say about it?
This fruit and vegetable shop has a front row seat, therefore an employee might have noticed something.
Come on, Nancy Drew's fruit and veg. Let's go and have a word.
This fruit and
Okay. They may have noticed something, but
this fruit and
going in and talking to them, not much of an option. Okay. Oh well. What's this outside? The sack of something? No, it's nothing of value. Okay, perhaps I missed something inside. Yeah, Poirot, he's not a hasty fellow, is he? I looked around find all of this, surely. Surely. What is there left to do? Does this have anything to say to me? No, I still need to inspect the crime scene. I thought I did plenty of that. Also, working mirror in the game. Very good. We've already looked at all the ciggies. Already looked at the till, looked at the corpse. I don't know, crime scene looks pretty well inspected to me. Oh, we forgot to read today's paper.
The place is unusually tidy for a crime scene.
This is probably to explain that theft was not the motive. Orderly shelves. Papers in order. No footprints.
Nothing suggests any sign of a fight.
Alright, successful observation. Not something I get to be patted on the back for in real life often.
So, Poirot, any news?
So, an ABC guide with no fingerprints, but prints all over the counter.
Normally, the tobacco shop does not sell ABC guides.
Exact. Mon ami, could you have a word with the neighbors? Some may have seen something.
Of course, my friend, I'll do it straight away.
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Alright, let's do it. Is theft the motive? Body found. No objects of value were stolen, so we'd think no. The till was untouched. But it had such a complicated locking mechanism.
The motive is definitely not financial gain. There is no sign of a struggle, and the till has not been forced or emptied. I think I've looked everywhere here. Let us see if I can find any more information in the shop's surroundings.
This is such a belittling opening chapter. Come on, we're better than this.
4 pence a lettuce, a lovely large lettuce, 4 pence only.
Let's just stare at her for a wee bit.
This woman appears to be a smoker.
Ashtray. Matches. Fag in hand.
She's a big smoker. She must have been a customer at the tobacco shop.
Oh, you think, Poirot? World-renowned detective? How can we learn to be like you?
How much are your lettuce, please?
A lettuce? That'll be 5 pence, kind sir.
And what if I take 2?
Well, 2 are 10 pence, so what do you want?
Nothing, thank you. They do not look very fresh. Did you know Alice Asher well?
And for starters, who are you?
I'm Hercule Poirot, the detective.
You're foreign, that's for sure, with your accent and your odd way about you. And you're here about Alice's murder, I suppose. Well, I've nothing to say to you.
Did you speak to the victim yesterday?
No, I never saw her.
Please try and help me, madame.
Why should I help you? For your beautiful moustache? Heh. Come on, move along now. You're scaring away my customers.
Please, do not be ridiculous. I know that Alice Asher bought strawberries from you yesterday.
Well, you know more than I do, then. Run along now. I have work to do.
We've met the friendliest Londoner there is. Okay, rustic confessional. We've completed an interrogation. Shanks, I don't know, LA Noir had better interrogation than that.
Oh, you again? I've nothing to say.
Didn't we ask our compatriot to be doing the investigations with the locals?
A
Can I
bottle of
steal?
poor quality vinegar. The smell could awaken the dead.
Ah, now if this were a good point-and-click game, we'd be picking that up and then, I don't know, feeding it to a homeless man. A la Mystery of the Druids.
Strawberries, 6
Hey, Poirot. Is the greengrocer causing trouble? I'll sort her out.
No, please leave her, Chief Inspector. I'll get her to talk later.
I found the victim's niece. She's waiting for you in the back of the shop.
Thank you, mon ami. I'll question her. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Golly gosh. Alright, was she killed on sight? Well, there was blood near her head. And there's nothing else on the floor, so she probably wasn't dragged there.
Mrs. Asher was killed here. The absence of marks in the shop and the regular shape of the blood stains indicated beyond a doubt.
You're working with Scotland Yard. Hobo murder is on the cards, so one can only
had
hope.
the body removed out of respect for the victim's niece. His attention is commendable.
I wonder if the money's still in the till there. Let's eye her up first. We are Belgian after all.
Is her grief sincere?
I don't see any tears. Handkerchief doesn't look that wet.
She appears to be very upset. She's dressed in mourning. She looks fragile.
Alright, come on, let's have a chin wag. Demand that she stops crying. I think one of the tips mentioned that you build up more ego points by acting like the real Poirot. Well, I have no idea how Poirot acts. Does he come up to people and just start yelling at them?
You were very fond of your aunt, am I right?
She was the only family I had since my mother
Good
died.
God. That's got some real Candice DeBebe energy in the face.
Your aunt did not have any children, is that correct?
No. She was separated from her husband.
What do you think about Franz Asher, your aunt's husband?
He never left her alone. Poor aunt. She used to drop by all the time and make a scene.
Hmm.
You are not very surprised when you heard what happened?
Oh, but I was. You see, it was a nasty piece of work, but up until yesterday it was just empty threats. He shouted a lot, but she wasn't afraid of him. Why, he used to slink away when she turned on him. He was afraid of her, if you like.
Did your aunt enjoy good health?
She had a bad throat, but she was well cared for by a doctor in London.
Does Franz Asher work?
All he's done for years is drink and gamble, but he used to be a very good cabinet maker.
What does he live on?
My aunt used to give him 5 shillings a week.
Why did she support such a goods for nothing?
He was her husband. She couldn't leave him with nothing.
I understand. You have been of great assistance, mademoiselle.
She has.
Please take this young lady home.
My pleasure.
Well, this Franz Asher does not seem to be quite so dangerous as Jab says. And since Alice Asher gave him money regularly, it was not in his interest to kill her.
Yeah, the stocky makeup of Poirot here is one to rival Barrel o' Whiskey himself. Although I don't like the comparison between this man and Professor Herschel Layton.
We have to wait for him to sleep it off. He's all yours, Poirot. There are a few things I need to check.
There must be some way of sobering him up.
I wonder what his wife used to do. He must have scared the customers away.
At least he looks well dressed, at least. Anyway, I think the solution is crystal clear to anybody who has some little grey cells to rub together. Out of my way, fruit and veg lady.
Strawberries, 6 pence a pound.
A bottle of poor quality vinegar. The smell could awaken the dead.
Oh, okay. Perhaps I need to wait for Poirot to come to that conclusion before I can activate my own brain. Poirot's always been a portly fellow who enjoys the finer things in immodest proportions.
He's not in any condition to be questioned. I have to find a way to sober him up.
Okay, how about the vinegar, Poirot?
Strawberries, 6 pence.
A bottle of poor quality vinegar. The smell could awaken the dead.
Okay.
You again? I've nothing to say.
So I cannot just have the vinegar? Okay. Not strictly an in-game hint, but nice of it to... Poirot, you gonna move? There we go. Nice of it to tell me to look at what he dropped. I didn't even notice he dropped anything. Maybe it's going to be something that indicates this man likes vinegar. If it were Nancy, that vinegar would have been in our inventory 10 minutes ago.
It's Alice Asher's notebook. Ah, that's interesting. It probably contains information about her possible debtors and creditors. Bodley. The fruit seller has debts too. She will probably be more cooperative thanks to this piece of information. Mary Drower was telling the truth. Mrs. Asher regularly gave money to her alcoholic husband.
I am grateful that Poirot is doing that reading for me. I wasn't too interested in it.
A box of new stockings.
Rather surprised this game needs the loading screens that it does.
A bottle of poop.
Just take the freaking vinegar, Poirot. I'm not here to be doing murder accusations.
Your fruit is rotten.
What? A foreigner dares to say that?
According to the victim's account book, you owed her £10 for tobacco and magazines.
That's a lie. She owed me £1. I swear.
Now, please be so kind as to explain this.
Look at my account book. Alice owed me £11 for fruit and vegetables. I may have had a slate at her shop, but she had one at mine. She owed me £1. And that reminds me I have to get it back from her niece.
That is quite enough. Your account book has saved you, but I might ask Chief Inspector Japp to throw you in the cells for 1 or 2 nights while he checks your entries. Do you want to go to prison?
Prison? Now that's not fair. I haven't done nothing.
In that case, I am counting on your full collaboration.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Listen, I didn't kill Alice, I swear. But it's true that I did go to the shop yesterday.
At what time?
6 o'clock. She left me a note saying she wanted some strawberries if I got some. I received them late, about 6. So I took them over to her.
But you did not see her.
She wasn't in the shop, so I just put the strawberries on the counter and left.
Well, there's no reason to think that she stole anything. That's a conclusion we reached earlier. What was in the tobacco shop?
Did you see anything unusual in the shop?
No. Well, maybe one thing. There was always a railway guide on the counter. Alice didn't sell them. Maybe it's the customer who left it there.
You were not alarmed?
Did she say there
I
was
thought Alice
always?
had just gone to get her medicine from her room and that she'd be straight back.
You mentioned medicine.
Something for her cough. She used to take it a lot.
Who do you think killed her?
France. Her scoundrel of a husband. He was always after her for something. Well, he's a foreigner. Sorry, sir. What I mean is he's German. That's even worse.
Did you see Franz Asher enter the tobacco shop late yesterday afternoon?
Well, no. But at that time of the day, the streets are packed, and I have better things to do than watch her shop.
I'll just borrow your bottle a moment.
Take it. It's what Alice used to sober up her husband. But try not to empty the bottle.
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
It's kind of demeaning when a game spells out the solution for you like that, but what's a man to do? Can we establish the time range? Well, she was alive at 5:30 and the body was found at 11. Can we reduce this? Well, fruit cellar. And perhaps the railway guide. Perhaps the ABC announcing. 1 wound. Not visible. I knew we'd get there in the end. Damn Germans, they ruined Germania.
He's not in any condition to be questioned. I have to find a way to sober him up. Mes amis, I can say without a doubt that poor Mrs. Asher was killed between 5:30 and 6.
Killed when the street was packed with people. That's rather bold.
I've been talking to the neighbours, and...
No one's seen anything? Or rather, it's anything and everything. Am I wrong?
No.
Yeah. We must grill this villain Asher before he falls asleep again. This man is in rather a bad state.
Busted up clothing. Busted up lip. Black eye.
This man has been fighting and he smells of alcohol.
You know we're in London. I like doing that with animals every now and then. They're asleep, so you bring something smelly to their face and then notice them wake up. Usually a bit of meat. Cats are asleep, dangle some meat in front of them. Watch them just have this dawning realization that there's something tasty in front of them. Well, if we're such a gentleman, perhaps we can offer him a fag.
Care for a cigarette, monsieur?
What's that? Scented cigarettes? No thanks.
Bien. I was trying to be friendly, but you are quite right. Let us get down to business. You threatened to kill your wife, and now she's dead.
So what? You shouldn't take things so seriously, sir. Nothing but empty threats. We didn't get on all that badly.
So, if things were going so well with your wife, why did you not live with her?
She was the one that left. Nothing to do with me, sir.
He's a nice, well-spoken chap and very polite. I'm on this guy's side. I don't want to... Let's accuse the wife instead.
Ah, women are flighty creatures. Did she run away with another man?
Flighty? You talk funny. One thing for sure, if my wife was seeing another man, I'd have given her a good beating.
Interesting. And what were you doing yesterday at the end of the afternoon?
Can't recall.
Come on, my friend. Try to remember. It is important.
I'm really sorry, sir, but I don't remember a thing.
I see. But maybe you do remember threatening to kill your wife?
So what? You shouldn't take things so seriously, sir. Nothing but empty threats. We didn't get on all that badly.
Are you
That's what we
often
get for trying to be
involved in
nice.
fights?
I don't know what you mean.
Make fun of him being beaten up. No.
Asher, look me in the eye and tell me that you were in a fight.
I'm looking. No, I wasn't in a fight.
You are right. Looking at the state of you, you did not defend yourself. So someone gave you a good beating.
A beating? No way. All right, he tore my coat and gave me a black eye. You see the state of him?
Very interesting. Who is the other that you struck?
Probably best if I tell you everything. Yesterday afternoon, I met Roderick Tanner. We'd bet on a dog fight together.
An illegal bet, naturally.
Yes, sir. Our dog won. Roderick got the money, but he refused to give me my share.
And you fought about it. What time was this?
In the evening, about 6, I think. We were on the other side of town. You see, I couldn't have killed my wife.
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Must we do this every time? What was Mrs. Asher doing when she was killed? Well, probably grabbing some fags and... Do we really have the information for this?
The murderer probably pretended to be a customer. He hit the shopkeeper from behind as he turned around to serve him. Let us
Yeah,
now
Alan checks
try
the-
and get our brain cells to work.
The subtitles and what they're saying don't always match up. He is indeed saying brain cells, and subtitles say little grey cells. How do we explain the presence of the ABC guide? Well, there's no fingerprints on it. And we did get that little letter indicating there could be some trouble, and it's not usually for sale. Ooh.
The murderer deliberately left behind this ABC as a signature. The absence of fingerprints and the fact that it is open at letter A for Andover leaves little doubt.
Asher's alibi appears to be confirmed. All the same, I'm going to call and check that he did have a fight with this Tanner on the afternoon of the murder. You can never trust this sort of chap.
One thing is certain, Asher was a ruffian who used to beat his wife.
But he is not very educated. It certainly was not him who wrote the letter signed ABC. Let's resume, Hastings. We know the murderer pretended to be a customer. He did not kill her for money, that appears to be certain.
I agree with you on that point.
And the murderer left an ABC guide as a signature. Therefore, it's likely he wrote the letter.
Indeed, but that doesn't explain why and how he did it.
You are quite right. Why he did it is a mystery. But as for how he did it, we do know enough to try and reconstruct the events.
Couldn't have killed my wife because of all the other illegal activities I was engaged in, sir. Quite right, though. Reconstruct Crown's course of events, select the actions that the killer may have executed. Oh, it's just like that fun bit in Danganronpa.
The killer enters the shop.
Can we just advance a bit more? We're clearly too far away for the attack.
Mrs. Asher turns around to greet her customer.
No, surely not. The blows to the back of the head. We needed to turn her around and grab some ciggies.
The murderer asks her for some tobacco. She turns her back to him. He seizes the opportunity to strike her. He then places the ABC upside down before leaving. Everything appears to match the crime scene, mon cher Hastings. That is exactly what happened.
Gollum won the argument. That was lame. That was lamer than Mr. Lame. What was that?
Asher has a strong alibi and we don't have any other suspect. But what was the point of this crime?
She had no debts. She gave Franz Asher money regularly. She wasn't owed money. Nobody stood to gain anything.
No doubt about it, the murderer is insane.
And I fear that we had not heard the last of him.
I hope you're wrong for once.
Bien, let's go back to London. If we hurry, we should catch the 7:02 train. Are you coming?
No, unfortunately, I have to talk with Andover police.
See you soon, then. Are you coming, Hastings? Let's go home. There's nothing for us here.
I have no idea when this game came out, Kathy.
Well, do you have any idea about the killer's identity?
The crime was committed by a man of medium height, with red hair and suspicious eyes. He has a slight limp on the right foot, and a wart just below his shoulder blade.
Poirot!
Mon ami, what do you want? You fix upon me a look of dog-like devotion and demand of me a pronouncement à la Sherlock Holmes. Now for the truth. I do not know what the murderer looks like, nor where he lives, nor how to set hands upon him.
What shall we do, then?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Do not be so impatient, Hastings. The killer will manifest himself soon enough.
I thought I heard the postman. Maybe there's some news.
I will go and see.
Oh, golly gosh, we wander around here as well.
Daily Flicker, June the 22nd, 1935. Battle over control of bank system. What will the government do for money? Andover, murder of a tobacconist.
Okay, I feel like we could fiddle with things
Some cool hair.
in our office till the end of days. Let's not. Let's progress. I don't need my ego points. I also don't know what we do with ego points. This is a damn nice place, though. Oh, no. Okay. This is the book. Or are we meant to look at something else here? I can hear a distant cat meowing as well. Were you meant to
Andover,
make...
Hampshire. Population 31,200 inhabitants.
Do you spend ego points to gain level? That's something that would happen for Herschel Layton.
Dear Mr. Poirot, well, what do you think? I believe that I won this round. The Andover affair went like clockwork, don't you feel? But the fun has only just started. I would like to draw your attention to Bexhill-on-Sea on the 25th of this month. We're having a crazy time. Best wishes, ABC. The next crime will be in Bexhill. We must warn Jap to Scotland Yard.
Did the letter indicate anything that might help the police?
To be honest, I think we can already guess something about the next victim. But I need to think about it a little more.
So how accurate a portrayal is this of Poirot? Those that are a fan of the media that there is. I don't know all the media that there is. There was indication that there was a TV show. I think there was a movie.
No doubt about it. Hastings is going bored.
No doubt there have been books. Oh, so
Hastings, it would appear that you are getting slightly thin on top.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
Come on, Poirot, you're going to be hurting some people. Your hairline is not exactly advancing. leave this place. Can we look at ourselves? Damn, Poirot's got a huge ass. TV movies, really? I think 90 minutes a piece or so. Need a good amount of time to establish a good tale, no doubt.
Let us examine this more closely.
Okay.
Certain characters in the two letters may have similar defects.
Yeah, the A's, the I's double print.
Yes, the A appears to be quite unusual. Yes, this I is weird.
And the other one, if you please.
Let us examine the characters in this word.
Must we?
Let us examine the characters in this word.
They look fine to me. Oh, right, I can click on every single one of them. Well, for one, the W's lacking a bit of print.
The W is not printed properly.
That seems fine to me.
Yes, the A appears to be quite unusual.
What about the other one?
Let us compare this with the other letter.
Need to replace the W.
I don't see anything in particular. Let us look at another word.
Ah, but it's uppercase W.
The W is not printed properly. Yes, this I is weird. That's right. The A characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
Didn't we just look at them?
Yes, this I is weird. Right. Let us compare this with the other letter.
Oh god, I gotta one at a time it.
Yes, the I characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory. The W is not printed properly. Right. Let us compare this with the other letter.
Oh man. Why'd I pick this over a Nancy game?
Of course, the W characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. My theory was right. These two letters were written with the same typewriter.
Phenomenal, Poirot. Scotland Yard are left without brains compared to you.
And show the same characteristics.
You surprise me, Poirot. You usually ignore material proof.
But there is nothing usual about this case, Hastings. Nothing must be overlooked. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
What was special about the Andover murder? Well, the fact that it was announced. The fact that we didn't have a motive for the crime. The naming convention. What can we get? Oh my.
So, Poirot, have you found something?
Oui, I believe so. But I am afraid it is not enough to stop the murderer. Let us go and see Chief Inspector Japp. I will explain there.
So is Poirot one of those situations where everybody acts like a dum-dum just so that the main character can appear obscenely intelligent? And they're intelligent for all the daft reasons, kind of like that Sherlock series. It was Sherlock, right? Yeah, probably.
It may be time to go to Scotland Yard.
It is Agatha Christie. Yeah, I don't know anything about Agatha Christie.
It may be time to go to Scotland Yard.
I'm assuming it's a woman, and that's about all I can guess.
To Scotland Yard, please.
He's French. I'm under the impression he's Belgian, Craven. Man who consorts with Germans.
Like all hunters, Hastings has always been fascinated by weapons. Jap has invested a great deal in his career.
You don't say. You know, you can just go into a shop and have medals and trophies just made. One of the things I used to do at Paradox
greatly respected by his peers.
was actually go and commission all the Dev Clash trophies and such. There was a trophy shop en route back home for me, so I'd go there and commission all the prizes for the Dev Clash winners. And you know how many I got? None! Nobody gave me a trophy for best commentator. And before you start, they didn't give one for Chris either. Man, I miss the Dev Clash so much.
Jap appears to already be overloaded with work. My news is not going to improve matters.
The real reason I left.
Bonjour, Chief Inspector. I am afraid we have some bad news. I have just received another letter signed ABC. The next crime will be on the 25th in Bexhill-on-Sea.
Are you completely sure it's from the same person?
I have compared the two letters. There is no doubt about it.
I suppose you think he's going to carry out his threats.
I fear so.
Good God, Poirot. Bexhill is very busy at this time of year, and we have no idea who the next victim will be.
I suspect that the name of the second victim will start with B.
What on earth makes you think such a thing?
I thought about it when I saw the name Asher clearly written over the shop door of the unfortunate woman who was murdered in Andover last month. When I received a letter mentioning Bexhill, I deduced that the victim, like the town, might have been chosen by alphabetical order.
So it's an alphabet fiend. I'm going to have a list drawn up of all the people whose name starts with B. I hope there aren't too many of them.
Bien. We should leave you to work, Chief Inspector.
You have a few days to prepare yourself.
Thank you for coming, my friends.
Poirot?
Chief Inspector Jap, your call does not bode well.
Indeed, we have just found the body of a young woman on the beach in Bexhill. An ABC was placed on the body.
We'll be there as soon as possible.
Morboot, you and I are looking at very different things, it would appear. I gotta hand it to this game. It takes quite the game to cast Nancy Drew in a positive light.
To come back and visit.
I do not entirely agree. Walking at the beach damages my shoes, and it hurts my knee.
So the years have not spared you, my friend. It's the same for all of us.
That is exactly what I said to myself when I saw you back from your travels.
Poirot.
Do not be
cheese and
offended,
wine
Hastings.
that's doing in your
I can
knees
see
there,
Jap
Poirot.
waiting for us. And from his face, I would say that things are not looking good.
Pride myself in my powers of slurs and bigotry, but I really don't know enough about the Belgians to make fun of them sufficiently.
Bexhill seems to be a pleasant little town.
What have we here? Changing rooms? Wait, these are bungalows? Will people live in these tiny little things? Surely not. Surely not. Victorian houses. Union flags.
Bexhill is a pretty little seaside resort with elegant architecture, although personally I prefer more modern buildings.
Tell them that you fry the fries only once and it is very crispy. Prefer to work with things that aren't food.
Hastings appears to be ill at ease. He appeared to be relatively indifferent to Mrs. Asher's murder, but a young woman's murder seems to be troubling him greatly.
Doesn't waste his time with hags.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Chief Inspector?
I fear your admirer has struck again, Poirot. We haven't yet identified the victim, but it's a young woman, 20 to 25 years old. Death occurred last night between 11:30 and 1 o'clock, and we found an ABC guide on the body.
Was she pretty?
Come on, Poirot, that's rather out of place. It has no bearing on the murder.
Are you certain? For women, it is often the most important thing. It often decides their destiny.
The body hasn't been moved. You can see for yourself.
Has the press been informed?
Not yet, but I'm planning to. I haven't yet informed them about the presence of the ABC guide in Andover.
Nobody has reported a young woman missing?
Not for the moment.
No witnesses, I imagine?
Indeed. We've asked everybody who may have met a young woman fitting her description last night to come and see us, but I have little hope of gaining anything from it.
It's early days, Chief Inspector, and the news may not have spread around the town yet.
I hope you're right, Hastings.
The guide is open at the page for the Bexhill train times. These marks have been left by a rope or a braided cloth. A braided silk belt. It may have belonged to the victim. She was a great beauty. Strange that chap didn't notice it. She was a great beauty.
Hang on.
She was a great beauty.
The way he says that sounds so much like Legendary Marvin.
She was a great beauty.
Yep.
The young woman wasn't wearing shoes or a coat, and was not carrying a bag. That's strange. Either the murderer stole her belongings, or she put them somewhere safe. Maybe so that she could bath. This key is too small to be one for a house. Without a doubt, it is for a padlock. Apart from the marks on her neck, there are no signs of the struggle. She didn't manage to hit her assailant. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Must we, Poirot? What will we deduce? How was the victim killed? Oh, I don't know. Maybe something to do with the rope and the signs on her neck? So you are accosted with the belt around the neck.
The poor child must have been strangled with his braided belt. Unfortunately, in view of the fabric, it is unlikely that we will find any prints. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Leave it to Blobber to leave me with the weekly one punishment here. What are the common points between ABC and book thing? Oh, you mean there's not? Oh, here we go. Are the crimes the same murderer? I think we've been quite clear that yes. Yes.
The medical officer should confirm that the victim was strangled with her own belt.
That's what I thought.
We now have all
She
the
shows
information
usual signs
that
of
we need.
strangulation.
With a little luck, we'll find prints this time.
You are too optimistic, Hastings. Our killer is far too meticulous for that.
Alright, identify the victim, sure. Perhaps we could go and use the key on one of these? Perhaps I should look at the key. Is there a number on it? Yes, and it's obscured by that text. It's number 6. Come on, Poirot, move that portly body of yours over. This is upside down. Ooh.
The number is upside down. This is definitely at number 6.
And it's got 715 carved in below it, but we're not going to look at that. Okay.
A dual locking padlock. I need to find the code and then insert a key.
715. I'm trying my best not to criticize this game for just being the most dumb puzzles that there are. Because if it ever comes along and starts kicking my butt, I'm going to feel real bad about that. But come on! This is worse than like the first case in each Ace Attorney game.
It definitely was here that the victim left her belongings. The purse is full. Yet again, we can dismiss theft as the motives for the murder. Here is the watch she must have removed to prevent it from getting wet.
Oh.
As well as a photo of the victim with some company. It could be useful to me.
There is no malice in me skipping that text. I thought he was done talking and I was trying to look at something else. That's alright. I will stop and take a moment to drink to pad out that timer in penance. I've got to keep my own brain cells well hydrated for this. Betty's first day at work. Mum is very proud of you.
Betty's first day at work. Mom is very proud of you. Elizabeth Barnard, 7 August 1931.
Getting your Victorian
The young lady
KGOAG.
did have a name starting with B, and she worked as a ginger cat, an establishment that must be slightly further along the beach.
Wait, did Jake ever do Ace Attorney? I have never streamed it, but I played Ace Attorney 1,
Jack
2,
has gone to the
3,
police.
4...
The victim has been identified
And Miles
as her
Edgeworth.
family had reported her disappearance. She was called?
Elizabeth Barnard, mainly Betty. She worked as a ginger cat at the cafe slightly further along the beach.
But Poirot, how on earth?
Never mind. Do you have her address?
Yes, she lived with her parents on the street leading to the beach, number 22. Shall we go?
You are far too impatient, Hastings. Let the poor people take in the news first. Let us go and visit the cafe where Betty worked.
Yeah, did I put up Ace Attorney for a long play before? I'm certain I considered it. Well, if I did, it must have gotten utterly destroyed in the votes. But I don't think I'd put it up again, in retrospect. I don't think it's a very good streaming game. It's painful and slow, and it's really just a visual novel. And I've streamed visual novels before and decided I don't want to do it again. Too much waiting and reading, and I find that does
I'll
not
be with you in a minute, gentlemen.
work well for me.
This is a well-laid table. Nothing is out of place, and above all, no creases.
Yeah, no creases on putting on a round tablecloth. Tough. It's like folding a fitted mattress. How is one meant to do it?
What a pity. I don't have any change to make it work. Something tells me that she's the owner of the ginger cat.
What is telling you that? A lot of hook noses in this game.
This woman must be the owner of the ginger cat. It looks like something is bothering her.
How can I help you?
A hot chocolate and a tea for my friend, please.
I'll bring it straight away.
And now that she's round the back, go and rack those fingers round in the... Aww. Can only imagine how much stuff
The time range during which Betty was working on her own.
the police must lift from crime scenes. Oh, there must have been theft. There's no money in the tills. That's funny. The witness says the till was open in full. Oh no, the witness must be lying.
These are the different waiting staff's bills. Which ones were written by Betty?
He's too much of a gentleman to be caught. What's with all the different
Where is
writings on
Betty?
this? Where indeed? I don't know. Let's have a look. How am I meant to know which one Betty is?
This bill may have been written by Betty. There is probably another one.
I think I skimmed right over something I was meant to pay attention to. I should probably be looking at the writing. So Betty writes in thin slanted letters. Those are thin slanted letters. These are kind of thin and slanted.
Betty wasn't serving on her own at these two times. Let's keep searching. Most probably a family. This bill may have been written by Betty. There is probably another one. Most probably a single man, a whiskey lover. Maybe the murderer?
Anything's
Betty
possible.
served a family and a man on his own, a whiskey drinker. Maybe the murderer. This information will help me to progress.
What? Gentlemen, what are you doing?
We are searching for clues, mademoiselle. My name is Hercule Poirot. I am a detective, and this is Captain Hastings. Does Betty Barnard work here?
That is correct. She should have been here a while ago. Punctuality is the first rule of politeness.
Quite true.
I fear that Miss Barnard will not be coming today. She has just been found, dead, on the beach a few hundred meters from the cafe.
How awful. Poor young thing. What happened?
She appears to have been murdered.
This is most distressing. How this will affect my business, I shudder to think.
What can you tell us about Miss Barnard?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. Miss Barnard was my employee. Her private life was none of my business.
You did know at least that she had a young man.
Indeed.
This photo was found. Is this him?
Yes, that's him all right. But I haven't seen him for some time.
Do you think there may have been some problems between them?
I'm not on those sort of terms with my staff. Now, please excuse me, I have work to do.
The customer who ordered the whiskey might provide us more information. He may have been the last one to see Betty alive.
It is an interesting idea, Hastings. Maybe he is a regular guest. What do you think, mademoiselle?
I don't think so. Our regular guests tend to order tea and cakes. At this time of the year, there are a lot of tourists about you never see again.
That's what I thought. Time to visit Betty's home. Miss Morrighan is not the sort of witness that my friend enjoys questioning.
I really am getting big. Candice DeBaby energy out of the models here. That horrible, uncanny face. Uncanny is not even the right word, but maybe just drop dead
All
ugly.
these tourists, these shops must be thriving.
Is that a joke, Poirot? Shop's probably not happy at being cordoned off right now.
How do you do, mademoiselle? My name is Hercule Poirot.
I know you. You're that detective we hear all about.
I do not know if that is a compliment, but I will take it as one for now. You are Betty's sister, I believe?
Yes. My name is Megan.
Can we come in?
Please do. My parents are at the police station. I doubt they'll be up to speaking to you later.
Do not worry, we will not bother them.
Did you know your sister's plans for yesterday evening?
No. I arrived by train this morning. My parents called me in a panic when they discovered that Betty had disappeared. She went out last night, but she didn't tell them where she was going.
What was your last conversation about?
Her new dress. She wanted a pair of black stockings to go with it. Mother brought her a pair. The very day it happened. She was crying. And to think that Betty never even wore them. Poor Mummy.
Oh my god, this is terrible.
Megan invited me to examine her sister's bedroom. I should take advantage of the opportunity. It would not be polite to visit the house without being invited to do so.
Alright, come on, make the most of your opportunity, Poirot.
What is she feeling at the moment?
Well, we can see that she's been crying, or otherwise has ruined her makeup. Oh, okay, no, let's instead look at her hard stare. Her clenched fist. Her Google Pixel 8
Mr. Poirot,
smartphone.
I don't like being stared at. If you have something to say, would you please say it to me?
Betty's older sister is not just sad, she is angry.
What could have possibly angered her? Maybe if I root through her clothes cupboard, we'll find some answers.
Your sister had a fiancé, I believe?
Yes, he's called Donald Fraser. A very nice man.
Do you know where we might find him?
He works at the estate agent's, Court and Brunskill. Oh, excuse me, I have to answer that.
But of course.
Betty's room is opposite the stairs on the first floor. Feel free to take a look if you think it might be useful.
This young woman is far too clever not to have anything else for us.
Do you think she's hiding something?
That is what I'm trying to find out.
Surely you don't think she did it?
I did not say anything of the sort. But young women always ruin your judgment, Hastings. Who knows, maybe Megan was jealous of her attractive young sister.
I see. She may have had her sights on the inheritance. Or maybe she was in love with Donald Fraser.
We have to study all scenarios, even the most unlikely. But I doubt that Mr. and Mrs. Barnard are rich enough to justify murder. While I try and get Miss Barnard to talk, I would like you to try and find Donald Fraser. It should be easy to find the estate agents where he works. Bring him to the Ginger Cat. I would like to talk with him before the Chief Inspector finds him.
Now we can take advantage of the situation. those ego points. There we go. Still haven't figured out what ego points are for. Maybe we... Oh, never mind.
It looks like Betty was also a music lover, the same as her family.
That disgusting French way of saying lover.
Without a doubt, Betty used to sing.
Alright, where can we find something about these ego points? Just infinitely scrolls? Okay. I don't know. Perhaps this screen here? No, I could use a clue, but I don't want to increment my time by 10 minutes. Actually, I'd like to increment it by 10 hours and go, oh, well, we've well overshot.
A box of
What a
loose
terrible
stockings.
failure. But I'm not about to throw this. I also want to see how bad it can really get.
It looks like Betty has a very busy life.
Impossible love, dinner parties, weddings.
She liked luxury and going out. And being as pretty as she was, she probably did not have any problem getting herself invited.
Freaking horn dog Poirot here.
A record sleeve with an handwritten title. Betty must have recorded the demo. I'd be interested to hear it. Something on this clock bothers me.
It's probably that little bit sticking out.
This
Can we
wooden
have it?
panel is blocked. I can't open it.
What if we were to
This decoration
unscrew
appears
it?
to be firmly fastened.
No. Okay. But we've also got a wee bit here.
What a strange mechanism.
Ooh.
I don't think it serves to turn the hands.
That's okay. I have a solution. Wait, what? What's that meant to do?
The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels.
No obvious indication of where these things are meant to go. Okay. How about you?
This metal disc is stuck.
And how about this? Can it be maneuvered?
There, that's better.
Well, what? Is that a Poirot thing? He sees a clock and he must set it to 12?
This wooden panel is blocked. This wooden panel is blocked. This leg is not well attached.
Well, can we take it off?
This leg is not well attached.
Oh, there we go.
This wooden panel is blocked. This decoration appears to be firmly fastened.
Okay, can we
This
do the
decoration appears to-
underbelly?
Could the screw be slightly loose? Good. It should be possible to open the wooden panel. Look, a key. This could be useful.
This feels like one of those smart person written by dumb person moments. Of course Poirot would notice this inconspicuous clock and immediately find all these little gubbins that will surely advance the case.
This code probably has something to do with the mechanism above the clock.
No doubt. 3122. Question is, what is 3 in this case? Left to right? 3122 seems about right. Oh, yeah, there we go. And can I use this little wind-up thing to turn you around? Where's that power spike I was told
No,
about?
The key does not fit this cog.
Oh no, I will need another key.
I definitely need an object to make these cogs turn.
Yeah, Alex glitches, just loss everywhere. Do we have any more bits to unscrew? No.
This wooden panel is blocked.
Well, could we move this thing?
Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock. Strange. A sheet.
Are you
This
able to come out?
decoration appears to.
Okay, what else can be done? Can these little buttony things be pushed?
This decoration appears to be. This decoration appears to.
Okay, okay.
This wooden panel is blocked.
I still need another key-like thing. Does this open? Not any further. Is this still blocked?
A new lock has appeared. What does it open?
A new lock? A what?
A new lock has appeared. This metal disc is stuck.
Can I put it in here? No. What does he mean by a new lock?
A new lock has appeared. What does it open?
What new lock? What are you talking about?
A new lock has appeared. I definitely need an object to make these cogs turn.
Well, you have an object, but it's clearly not good enough. What more do you want from me?
I definitely need an object to make these cogs turn.
So why are we breaking this poor lady's clock? She's already dead. Let her be.
Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock. This decoration appears to be firmly fastened.
I'm overlooking something, but what?
A new lock has appeared.
Oh, most likely, Marvin, but what? This thing doesn't interact. We've already dealt with the screwy leg bits. What is this new lock has appeared he's talking about?
A new lock has appeared. A new lock has appeared. What does it open?
I don't know what he means by that.
This code probably has something to do with the mechanism above the clock. This wooden panel is blocked. This wooden panel is blocked.
What am I missing? Yeah, is this the difficulty spike? I wonder. Can't seem to interact with this thing at all anymore. Was I meant to turn these things yet further?
I definitely need an object to make these cogs turn. The central cog is blocked.
We tried poking the paper thing, yeah, a few times, but it's not
This
having
wooden
any of
panel
it.
is blocked.
He just comments that there's paper, he doesn't want to pull on it.
Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock.
How about you actually try pulling it
Strange.
out?
A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock. This wooden panel is blocked.
What am I missing here? Can't rotate this thing around or interact with anything anymore. Is there some kind of clue on this photo? Could I use the piece of paper to somehow dislodge the other piece of paper? No. Can I use that to somehow carve it loose? Huh. Oh god, if you quit this puzzle, it'll be reinitialized. No thank you. Surely I have all the pieces I need. Can I hang this thing back up? No. Is this the difficulty spike
This
that I was
decoration
informed
appears
of?
to be... This wooden panel is blocked.
What am I missing here?
A new lock has appeared. What does it open?
What new lock? What are you talking
This
about?
metal disc is stuck. A new lock has a...
Can't re-screw this at all. Already interacted with you.
I definitely need an object to... Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock. This decoration appears...
What in the world am I missing here?
This wooden panel is
I feel like
blocked.
I've fiddled around with everything. Yeah, there's nothing left to interact with.
A
I
new lock has appeared.
have maybe I meant to find another tool or something in this bedroom, but you'd think this is a fully closed system.
A new lock has appeared.
What could it
A
all
new
mean?
lock has appeared.
What could it all mean?
A new lock has appeared.
Yeah, but do I have all the information I need? Alright, I'm going to come out of this and look at the rest of the room, just in case there's some other tool that I'm missing. It's not the most complicated thing to resolve.
This small key should be useful to me. I've finished with this.
What small key?
Medicine to prevent voice loss. Did Betty have problems with her voice? Something on this clock. There, that's better.
What was it? Yeah, you.
What a strange mechanism.
So I believe it was 3, 1, 2, 2. Ah, it doesn't work on these either. Okay, never mind.
Looking at all the clothes she took out, Betty must have had a problem deciding what to wear. Maybe she had a date. Betty liked luxury and going out, and being as pretty as she was, she probably did not have any problem getting herself invited.
Anything else
Looking
to
at all the-
deduce here, Poirot?
Without a doubt, Betty used to sing.
What else you have to say? There's still more to examine. No doubt that puzzle box that I have not managed
I
to
have
fully
not
puzzle.
finished inspecting Betty's bedroom. A record sleeve.
Okay, then perhaps all the information that I do need is in there. But what is this key for? A small key in the jewelry box. Yeah, there must be something very obvious I'm missing here. Let's try this again.
There,
Whoop.
that's better. This metal disc is stuck.
Yeah, I still don't understand the whole stuck disc part here. Unscrew. And then unscrew.
Good. It should be possible to open the wooden panel.
Then open.
Look, a key.
Take the key.
This could be useful.
Observe the loss.
What's this? What's this?
3122.
What a strange mechanism.
Come on, come on. 1, 2, 3. And 1. And 2, 2. Hon, hon, hon. And we're sure we can't use that there? Yeah, we cannot.
I definitely need an object to make these cogs turn.
And this key won't do it, and you won't do it.
The key does not fit this cog. A new lock has appeared. What does it open?
I don't understand that part.
This metal disc is stuck. This metal disc is stuck. A new lock has appeared. A new lock has appeared.
What am I missing here?
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened. This wooden panel is blocked.
You'd think these little square pieces here could be interacted with somehow. Firmly fastened indeed.
This wooden panel is blocked.
Yeah, where's our phone to call Ned?
Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock.
So pull it out.
Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock. This wooden panel is blocked. This wooden panel is blocked.
You know, sometimes there are puzzles that make you feel like a real dum-dum, but this is not one of them. I feel like I have looked at and interacted with everything on this. Is there something I'm missing? It's weird that I can still look at the face of the clock with nothing to interact with on it.
A new lock has appeared. What does it open?
I don't understand what he means by that.
A new lock has appeared. This decoration appears to be firmly fastened.
Gosh, at this point I would have saved time by clicking a hint. Although the hint might just be check the clock thing. What in the world is all this then? What am I missing?
I definitely need an object to make these cogs turn.
No doubt, but
I definitely need an object to make these cogs turn.
What square-shaped key thing could we get our hands on?
The key. Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock.
Oh, I have been holding and turning, and that has not been doing it. It's me holding and flinging it around in all manner of ways. But a new lock has appeared. Maybe we can just gently pull the paper? No, clicking on the paper just rotates the whole thing. Is there some kind of key that I'm missing? Like scrolling? Oh god, no. Scrolling back takes you out of the puzzle.
This wooden panel is blocked.
Okay, unjam it with the paper. Slide the paper up the crack to release the other paper.
This wooden panel is blocked.
What?
This code probably has something to do with the mechanism above the clock.
Yes, which we have already opened, Poirot, and you know that.
This code probably...
Okay.
A new lock has appeared.
Well, it's a puzzle game. I was bound to get stumped on
This
something
wooden panel is
eventually.
blocked. Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock. This decoration appears to... This wooden panel is blocked.
Perhaps I should investigate all the legs in case I missed
This decoration
one.
appears to be firm.
Cannot be dragged out or turned around like the other ones.
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened. This decoration appears to be firmly...
What in the world is there even still to do with this thing? Those have already been turned around. These cannot be
I
interacted with
definitely
again.
need an object to make these cogs turn.
Slamming you in here.
Ah! Something clicked on the front of the clock.
What? Didn't I do that earlier?
A new lock has appeared.
I was quite certain that I had done that, and he said something like, oh, no, I can't do that.
This could be useful.
I think you bugged it the first time when you slid the cogs twice.
Betty, I enjoyed a wonderful evening in your company.
I'm going to have to review that. I'm certain I tried it on the center.
D.
I am
My dearest
certain.
Betty, I know that your art is already spoken for, but you are the most beautiful dancer I have ever had the pleasure of meeting, and I am impatient to see you again. Edward.
All right. That was a painful 10 or 15 minute loss, but such is to be expected. Freiheit's confirmed that I had tried the center. Of course I would have tried the center. Have we seen all there is to see here? Oh, we get to listen to her album. Is there a music player? Ah, here's a gramophone.
Let us see. What is this cupboard hiding? This looks like solfège.
Oh, I hope there's not a music puzzle. I don't
This
do music.
looks like solfège.
I have tried and I have failed. Is it normal for so many people to
There is
have
bound to be a clue somewhere.
little hidden things all over their belongings? Right, this one doesn't move, so something plus something equals that fancy little doodah. So I need that. What three things will go together? So if I'm to assume that this is 4... Well, no, that's 2. That's 1. It's all pluses, right?
There is bound to be a clue.
All pluses. So if I give you 2 of those weird things that we saw on the bottom, and then add whatever was above it, I can't remember the symbol now. A 3 and a 3 and a 2. Oh, right, no, we're making that. So I want a 1 and 2 2s.
There is bound to be a clue somewhere.
A 1 and 2 2s.
I heard the sound of a mechanism being triggered.
But what could it have been, Poirot?
It looks like something goes in here. That doesn't work. I must have forgotten a step.
Can we turn this thing around again? Perhaps even
That
put
doesn't
you
work. I must have forgotten a step.
Forget the right term here.
That doesn't work. I must have forgotten a step. That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Can you forget something you didn't know to begin with? Oh, what have we here? Double OA. Have we seen any kind of numbers or letters or combinations? 78 Tango Betty. 78 Tango... Oh god, does this go all the way? Oh boy.
I just have to put the record on the gramophone and start it.
Oh boy, we having fun yet?
That doesn't work. I must have forgotten a step.
Probably need to bring this thing down by hitting you. Is this much of a puzzle?
Oh, Donald. We're in the middle of recording.
Sorry, Betty, but it's not wise. The doctor said you should rest your voice.
Oh.
You're such a killjoy sometimes.
Betty was such a good singer.
It's true. Did she have any problem with her throat?
Yes, she had to be careful with her voice.
We're
Of
halfway!
course, she didn't follow the doctor's advice. If Don didn't insist, she... Well, it's too late for all that now.
We're halfway through all the puzzles already? We're not even a third of the way through the timer. You get out of here.
It looks like this woman is single, but she has feelings for someone. She is looking so intensely at this photo. But is it really a sister that she's studying in this manner?
These puzzles were the first increase in difficulty. Those on the next chapter will surely get even
They're the
easier.
perfect couple, am I correct?
Yes, in a way. She was pretty and he...
Well,
He's a bright man, with a promising career ahead of him. He would have made Betty a good husband. He was always attentive and generous. Oh, a true gentleman.
I hear a note of envy in your voice.
You must have heard wrong.
Donald appeared to be very much in love with your sister.
Yes, he was mad about her.
Mad, you say? Being madly in love can often be destructive, and Mr. Fraser was known for being jealous, I believe.
No more than average. Men are always slightly possessive, especially when they are with a pretty woman.
I am not your enemy, Mademoiselle Bernard.
And you are not my friend either, Mr. Poirot, sir.
Yes, but your lies are not helping Mr. Fraser, or you for that matter. I know that Fraser was jealous, but I wonder why you feel the need to protect him.
Protect him? I hope you're not suggesting...
That you are Fraser's accomplice? There is nothing to suggest that, at least not yet. It would appear that your sister's murder is the second in a series that we have to stop as quickly as possible. The first was in Andover, and the same as your sister, the murderer sent me a letter informing me that a crime would be committed in that town. Now can I count on your honesty?
Yes, you have my confidence, Mr. Poirot. Don is a quiet and sensitive young man. Slightly reserved, too. And as is often the case with reserved people, when he flew into a temper, he completely lost control. He could be so violent. Betty was frightened.
And when was this?
The first time was about a year ago. But they rowed more recently. Donald found out that Betty had lied to him. She said she was going out with a girlfriend, but she went out for dinner with a married man. It was an awful scene. She told him that until they were married, she was free to go with whoever she pleased. Donald turned quite pale and started shaking and kept saying one day...
Well?
He'd commit murder.
Do you think that is what happened?
No, Mr. Poirot, I don't believe that. You yourself said he may be a recidivist madman. Don loved Betty with all his heart. I can't imagine for one instant that he would hurt her.
Very good, Mademoiselle Bernard. Thank you for your help.
Fraser is at the Ginger Cat. The police haven't spoken to him, but they want to.
Très bien, Hastings. Let's see him now. Au revoir, mademoiselle. My deepest condolences to your parents.
Of course, Mr. Poirot. And don't be too hard on Don. He's more fragile than he looks.
If you say so. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
No. My dream upon dreams is that it goes A, B, C, and we're done. We do not get to the D. That would explain why we're halfway already, as we're halfway through Bravo. What had Betty planned to do with her evening? I will concede I was not paying any attention, but going out, because she goes out quite a lot, and she was seeing some other man. And she keeps lying about what she gets up to. She's a real harlot. Did Betty know her assailant? She goes out quite a lot, doesn't she? But there are also a lot of visitors around this time.
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Oh, I'm not sure I'm trying, Poirot. The pieces just fall in. What is who's Megan? Is Megan the lady we were just talking to? I think so. Seeing another man. And just something about Donald. Don't worry, I can solve this the way I solve Danganronpa end puzzles as well. Megan has a soft spot for Donald. Who would have thought? Did Megan have a motive for killing her sister? Loving her sister. Love and hate go hand in hand. What was that? Oh, jealous, of course. Don't do it a third time, Poirot. You don't have to. Okay, good. Now let's get out of here.
He's a big chap. Fragile isn't exactly the word that springs to mind. I talked to his landlady before seeing him. She went to bed at 11. Fraser wasn't home yet.
I think they left the microphone on in the other room when recording Poirot here. He is talking, but it's very quiet. Game could have done entirely without the whole clicking to move around Poirot. Just give you still images of rooms to click around. Because this is slow, janky, unpleasant. Well, the whole game is.
I don't want this young man here. Be quick and do what you must.
Come on, get moving, Poirot. As fast as your portly body can.
You Hercule Poirot. Mr. Hastings said you wanted to speak to me.
Good lord, he does look like Gollum. What happened to Poirot's voice? Listening to the sleazebag here is what the game's all about, right? Maybe what I need to do is just restart the game a bit. I assume it saves all the time. Yeah, I think the audio's gone and left us here. Get back into it. Is he going to talk, though? Let's see if he says anything. If no, I'll just restart the whole game.
Hastings is bound to tell me what he thinks about Fraser later on. Now is not the right time. How do you do, Mr. Fraser?
You Hercule Poirot. Mr. Hastings said you wanted to speak to me.
Yes. I know that it may not be at the right time, but I would like to ask you a few questions.
This is a real media Scottish voice. Never in my life have I spoken to somebody in Scotland that actually speaks like this.
This man looks suspicious.
Are we sure? Is it because he's foreign? Suspiciously well dressed for a Scot. His animation is jittering out when it's looping.
Leave me alone.
Donald Fraser is in a terrible state, as if he hadn't slept all night. And he's drinking white horse.
White horse, you say?
Leave me alone.
No, we gotta talk. Activate speech.
Tell me that it's a mistake. That Betty isn't dead.
Sadly, your lady friend has been murdered, Mr. Fraser.
Oh, Betty, if only you'd listened.
Did you visit Betty yesterday afternoon?
No, I haven't seen Betty for 2 days. I was at the office yesterday afternoon.
Can you prove that?
Of course. But why this question? Betty died yesterday evening, didn't she?
Yesterday, a guest came to the Ginger Cat alone and ordered a white horse whiskey, and by the look of it, you also appear to be fond of this brand.
Yes, it's a good whiskey and not cheap. I only drink it on special occasions. Or tragic ones.
I understand. Do you know what Betty's plans were yesterday evening?
She said she was having dinner with her sister.
Yet, Megan only returned to Bexhill this morning, Mr. Fraser.
I didn't know.
Right. May I ask you what you were doing yesterday evening?
I spent the evening working.
Your colleagues can confirm this?
No, I often take work home with me.
Therefore, you have no alibi, Mr. Fraser.
That's right. But that doesn't make me a murderer, Mr. Poirot. I would like you to leave now, please.
Ah, I knew I'd find you here, Poirot. I thought the victim's young man was here.
Yes, is all yours, Chief Inspector. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
It's going to take a lot of twang, Poirot. This is grinding me down. Okay, did Donald have a motive for Betty's murder? Mad jealousy, of course. Lack of an alibi is not a motive. He was a violent individual, and then I'm just going to go flick, 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 flick. Jealousy. Really? Does he have an alibi? No, we've established that he does not. These are some real one-note machinations. You're jealous, so you're a murderer! She's pretty, so everybody must be jealous of her. It's painful stuff. Then again, it is based 100 years ago. Does Donald have a motive for the murders? The love, the premeditation. One clue available. New objective return. These have already been done, have they not? God, this game is awful. Alright, come on, let's get out of here. Imagine playing these kinds of games, but instead of trying to solve the murders, you just meddle in people's lives and in the end decide who you want to screw
Fraser
over.
doesn't have an alibi and he's extremely jealous.
You are very skilled at summing up.
And yet you haven't asked Japp to arrest him.
It is too soon. But I agree, without the letters announcing the crimes, Fraser would already be behind bars. Bon, I think we have enough elements. Let's reconstruct the events at the scene of the crime.
Oh boy, I haven't been paying attention. This might be
I can't imagine
tough.
how the murderer wasn't seen, though. Surely she must have struggled.
Let us try and imagine the scene.
See, Orlov, that whole deciding who you screw over, isn't that class of '08? I thought there was a visual novel out about just screwing over with people.
The killer and the victim are walking on the beach. Miss Betty has a bag, a belt around her waist, and carries her shoes in her hand. Both of them walk slowly to hut number 5.
5? No, it's to 6.
Both of them walk slowly to hut number 6.
Now we're talking. Get in there.
Miss Betty enters the hut. She leaves without her belongings. Then she hides a coat.
We need to advance a little bit more.
They keep walking. Then she removes her belt.
The murderer moves behind her and then attacks her by surprise.
I don't think that's Poirot saying that.
The body falls, lifeless, on the sand.
Everything appears to match the crime scene, mon cher Hastings. That is exactly what happened.
lordy.
Without the ABC, we might have suspected Mr. Asher and Mr. Fraser. But by signing his crimes, the murderer is making sure he's accused. In a way, it is very generous of him.
Generous? The murderer seduced Betty in order to lure her to the beach and kill her.
Indeed, the young woman was certainly careless, but not stupid enough to follow a stranger.
What are you planning to do, Poirot?
Return to London, mon cher Hastings.
Congratulations, you've won the trophy. God, this is so freaking bad. Alright, come on, let's get out of here. I would ask why Blobber and Morrighan played this game themselves to begin with, but they go for these kinds of games. Hell, they've been playing Da Vinci. I didn't like Da Vinci 1, but I ended up kind of liking Da Vinci 3.
Right, back to London. There is nothing more for us to do here.
I'm coming, Poirot. According to the guide, the next train departs shortly.
Right, back to London. There is nothing more for us to do here.
Why is the car parked like that? It couldn't get out unless it wants to do a 22-point turn.
Jap has decided to reveal details to the press. The alphabet murder is now famous.
It is not a bad idea. The more people who know, the greater our chances of finding out something of interest.
Poirot, I have a bad feeling. Poor Mr. Poirot, not so good at these little criminal matters as you thought yourself, are you? Rather past your prime, perhaps. Let us see if you can do any better this time. This time, it's an easy one. Churston on the 30th. Do try and do something about it. It's a bit dull having it all my own way, you know. Good hunting. Ever yours, ABC. Good hunting. Did you hear that, Poirot? The murderer seems to be taking it all as a game, a challenge. He will strike on 30th in Churston. We must warn Scotland Yard.
By the way, Hastings, what day is it?
Well, looking at the calendar, it's the 30th. No time to lose. We must prepare our suitcases for Churston.
Mon Dieu, it is already 10 o'clock. I will call Scotland Yard immediately.
Yeah, my sidekick's acting very suspicious. Could it be?
In his haste, Hastings tore the envelope.
Should we perhaps investigate the torn envelope further? The address written on this envelope is wrong. The killer wrote White Horse Mansions. How is that wrong? Not known at White Horse Mansion and White Horse Court. Try White Iron Man. Okay, sure. Fascinating. Perhaps a little too fascinating. Compare the new letter with the other letters from ABC. Where am I keeping those? Over at my desk,
It is not a
perhaps?
good time.
Of course it's a good time. Get it done.
It is not a good time. It is not a good time.
Now he does again sound like Marvin.
It is not a good time. Daily Flicker, July 30, 1935. ABC affair, no progress. The alphabet murderer is still on the run. Ever since the police found the connection between the Bexhill and Andover affairs, the inquiry has barely progressed. In this issue, we are publishing provocative letters sent by the killer to Hercule Poirot. Unfortunately, They have not yet helped to find him. Daily Flicker, July the 26th, 1935. The Bexhill horror. Young maid strangled on the beach. Killer struck at midnight.
Still ballsy doing that on the beach in front of all those buildings. Surprised nobody saw anything.
Bexhill Sea, Sussex, population 24,703. Hastings' photo album. He is very proud of his bag.
Obsessed with weapons, oh so morbid. There was one book where it turned out that Poirot himself was the killer. Oh man, it all sounds so bad. Better check your image in the mirror there, Poirot, from that angle. Get those ego points. Yeah, we need them.
It is not the right time.
I would like to compare the letters, but where are the original letters?
I lock my revolver in this drawer. I've not used it in a very long time.
Perhaps we should take it with us just in case?
I lock my revolver.
Are you enjoying the game? Not at all, Baron. This game is really bad. And that's not just I don't enjoy it bad. I think this is an objectively quite terrible game. Okay, now I can compare the letters. It said congratulations, you've won the something, but the freaking GOG pop-ups are getting in the way. I don't know what I've won.
It is not a good time.
I'd love to compare the letters, but... where are my old letters? Call Scotland Yard, compare the new letter with the other letters from ABC, but where are we keeping those old letters? You'd think on the desk. I would think on the desk. And where's my phone?
Hello, chap. We received a new letter from ABC in the 10 o'clock post.
Where and when?
In Cheston. Today.
Today? I'll inform the population immediately.
I'll check the train times. Call me back. It is not a good time.
Where are my other ABC letters? Oh, what's all this? Packing up, are we?
Hastings, what you are doing is an absolute disaster. That is no way to pack suitcases.
Heavens, we must hurry. We have to get to Churston before the murder.
Hastings' order and method are always necessary, regardless of the circumstances.
Okay. I'll let you pack them.
All the same, it really is a disgrace to leave your belongings in such a mess.
Badly folded pajamas? Unprotected bottles? What a disgrace. But why is this even part of the game?
Voila. It only took a minute.
Poirot, you were right. I've just consulted the ABC guide. There's no hurry. The next train doesn't leave till 11:45.
You see, there is no need to hurry. We will not be in Churston until tomorrow morning, after the murder.
But why has the murderer warned us so late? It's not what he usually does. Did he do it on purpose?
Very good question, Hastings. We should also compare the letter we have just received with the other two, although I have very little doubt about what we will find.
Congratulations, you've won the goddamn GOG. I thought I'd disabled all the extra shenanigans on GOG Galaxy, but looks like I need to go back in and remove yet more.
Let us compare this new letter with the second one.
Or perhaps they did a new update that has just re-enabled everything.
This more closely.
Alright, what is there to look at? And you look at the A's
Certain
again.
characters in the two letters may have similar defects.
So hand-holdy, please.
Yes, the A appears to be quite unusual.
No, I don't think we've had a
Let us compare this with the other letter.
single stumbling block whatsoever in this game so far.
That's right. The A characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory. Yes, this I is weird.
Thought it might be something like we don't see the same defects, so it's a
this with the other
copycat
letter.
murder, but no.
Yes,
it's not.
the I characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
Would the game improve without the patronizing? No, it would just be.
The W is not printed properly.
It would just be more dry.
Right. Let us compare this with the other letter.
It would be like having Professor Layton games, but you wouldn't have Professor Layton being such a smug so-and-so.
Of course, the W characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. My theory was right. These two letters were written with the same typewriter.
Oh, I was trying to move him, but he wanted to speak. But hey, we've already heard, let's get our little brain cells working. Why are we warned so late? Well, it being famous probably changed things. But what was more likely was that it was sent to the wrong address. But why the wrong address this time?
The letter should have arrived in time. The postmark shows that it was sent 3 days ago. However, our man made a mistake in the address, which explains the delay. All the same, the post office took their time correcting the error.
Come on, Poirot. Your address is not quite as well known as that of Scotland Yard. Poirot, the telephone. It must be Jap.
Jap, what a name.
I have some news from Churchton. Bad news, I'm afraid. Sir Carmichael Clark was murdered while out on his evening walk.
Sir Carmichael Clark. The name is familiar to me.
He was a famous throat specialist, one of the best in London. A wealthy man, he retired to Combside, a beautiful house by the sea. He collected antiques.
Are you going there?
Yes, let's meet on the train. The victim is called Sir Carmichael Clark, one of the best throat specialists in London. The body was still warm when we found it. If we'd been warned earlier, we definitely could have saved him.
It appears that the murderer made a mistake when he wrote his letter.
A mistake? Lucky for him.
And what if he did it on purpose?
No. He's defined his madcap rules and he's sticking to them. It's a matter of pride for him. Shall we go up to the house, Poirot?
You go, my friends. I will come soon.
Really raking in the achievements, though. Surely a sign that I'm doing well.
It's very calming.
Oh god, look at the effects there! Lordy, it's terrible. Rabbit holes, wildflowers, mini Stonehenge.
The site is exceptional. It is easy to imagine that Sir Carmichael used to enjoy stopping here every evening. Jap has emptied the victim's pockets and has laid out their contents on this piece of wax cloth.
Oh, there was no money inside the wallet.
Nothing appears to be missing from this wallet. A signet ring, very probably with the Clark family's coat of arms.
Okay, that looked like it might have been a little puzzle. I think you meant to push the thing on the ring. Perhaps this is as well.
An Oriental dragon. It's an old piece, much older than the pocket watch on which it was fastened. It is pointless.
What? I bet he had other lines to read and he's just so sick of the performance of this game.
An ABC guide. The murderer's customary signature, covered in blood this time. Sir Carmichael's throat was cut. It's a clean incision, a professional murder. Apart from the wound to the throat, the body is untouched. No cuts, no bruises.
What? That looked like he soiled himself.
Apart from the wound to the throat... Apart from the wound to the throat... The gravel on the path has been sprayed with blood that covers a conical-shaped area, which starts at the body and becomes wider as it moves further from the bush.
Is there anything else for us to observe around here, Sir Poirot, sir?
The vegetation behind the bush has been trampled. The body is just in front of a bush, one of the only bushes in the surrounding area. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Excellent work, 47. Alright, what was his position when he was killed? He was in front of the only bush. Okay, good enough.
Sir Carmichael had his back to the bush when the killer cut the throat from behind. A fatal blow that sprayed blood over a range of more than 1 meter. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Back to the bush. Single wound. Trampled grass, probably not noticed there. Jinx, how did Blobber... Well, no, it was Morrighan. It took 6 hours, 3 minutes. How did Blobber take even longer than that?
Have you finished, Poirot?
Chief Inspector, many questions remain unanswered, but I am certain of one thing.
Oh, dearie me. Opportunistic or carefully planned? I don't know if I have enough to say either. Probably planned carefully.
The killer has prepared his crime very carefully.
Quite right. He must have known Sir Carmichael's movements well to plan such an attack.
Well, there's no indication of theft.
The murderer struck with terrible savagery.
Yes, blood flowed. It's the first time he's attacked a man. He armed himself accordingly.
Have you spoken to the victim's family, Chief Inspector?
I've spoken to the brother, Franklin Clark. I didn't get much out of him. He's yours. I must get the body removed.
Damn Blobber, don't like the idea that there's still hours of this horrible sensation to come. Well, we've seen all we need to see out of you. Question the brother. Alright, but where is the brother? Get moving, portly Poirot. Ah, scroll along here. Come on, come on. I mean, why was it even... Why is it even a thing to walk away that far if we're just going to open a load area anyway? This game is terrible on so many levels.
Seems rather obtuse. I'm counting on your friend Poirot to catch my brother's murderer. Ah, here he is now. Please, Mr. Poirot. Mr. Poirot, this is my brother's secretary, Miss Thora Gray.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Poirot. Would you like some tea?
No thank you, mademoiselle. I find it hard to digest.
What could this all be? Can we look at the snacks?
It is not the right time.
Of course it's the right time. They're offering you snacks and tea.
It is not the right time. Hastings does not like very hot tea. He's going to blow on his cup for a good while before drinking. There is something very viril about him.
Viril? Are you sure? Well-fashioned necktie. We're not going to pay notes to what he's doing there with his cuppa.
There is something very viril about him.
The look in his eye.
There is something very viril about him.
Looks like it only wants to care about the tie. I can't seem to zone in on anything else about him. Much as I try. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, yeah, I just had to zone in right on his chin to notice his tanned complexion.
There is something very viril about him. Franklin Clark is an adventurer, the sort of man that women like. There is something elegant about her.
Yeah, much better.
She has good taste. Except perhaps in her choice of jewelry.
At leering at the ladies, aren't you there, Poirot?
Please excuse me, I have to take care of Lady Clark.
I think that means she's going to the bathroom.
My brother's wife is gravely ill. You will probably want to question her, but I fear that it won't be possible today.
Well, come on now.
Of course, I understand. Someone set a trap for your brother. Who was familiar with his habits?
Everybody knew he took his evening walk at 8:30, and that he always followed the same path.
And did people of the village know Sir Carmichael's habits?
I don't know. It's possible.
What were you doing last night?
After dinner, I went to my bedroom. At 11 in the evening, the telephone rang. It was the police. I went to look for my brother.
What's your favorite book? No, no thank you.
Was it a dark night?
It was a new moon. I took a lantern.
So it was you who found the body.
Yes, along with the gardener.
Have you seen any strangers around the house recently?
No. As far as I know, nobody has been near the house. Oh, Lady Clark must have fallen from her chair. I have to help Miss Grey get her up.
Hastings, while our host is gone, let's examine the drawing room.
But, Poirot, a gentleman shouldn't...
I take full responsibility. All you have to do is to leave the drawing room door ajar and let me know if anyone is coming.
Feels like the manor area in Hitman's contracts.
There are some very valuable objects here.
Feel the need to sneak around and break some necks. So much to look at.
A turtle. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Sir Carmichael showed himself to be very consistent in his collection's theme. A tiger.
It's such a slow game. Every little thing spaced out, punctuated, slow to control. Are we gonna open this? Or just turn it around and look at it?
Comside's private collection. Purchases since 1920.
No hinting, Shen.
For Sir Carmichael Clark's collection.
No need for it either. Everything's just been on the rails. Haven't had a single moment of slip-up so far.
A crane?
Oh, you might say, what about the clock? Well, no, I very quickly clocked what needs to be done there. The problem was the game appears to have...
A dragon.
Bugged out. I don't know. I'll need to review the VOD, but I definitely used the key on the right spot, and it said, nope, no can do, boss.
It is an emperor. His place at the center of the table is probably symbolic.
Okay, well done, Poirot. I'm sure we're going to deduce the murderer from this information.
I'm not going to leave now.
There's some copy pasta about why Sherlock is really badly written. But I don't know it by heart and I don't have it to hand.
It's locked.
But the body of it certainly feels like it could be applied to Poirot here rather
Sir
easily.
Carmichael's collection could rival that of a major museum.
I don't know if
The
anybody has it to
interior
hand.
is
I'd love to
richly
reread
decorated.
it. Alright, yet more dragons.
Dragon, dragon, dragon. Sir Carmichael showed himself to be very consistent in his collection's theme.
Don't worry, this is just the yawn of excitement. Can't wait to figure out this mystery. But will we figure it out by the time we get to D or F or Z?
There are some very valuable objects here.
H-Bomber Guy is like a 3-hour video. Okay, no, not a 3-hour video. No, just a paragraph. Do we have any suspects? I suspect that it's my assistant who's been doing it all, despite him, being with us at the time of the murder. I still think it's him. What? Just
Compass,
whoa.
point to the south. Bronze and magnetite, Han Dynasty, circa 210 BC, purchased in Hong Kong 1935. There are some very valuable objects here.
And yet they left us alone with it all.
Traditional Chinese map. Facsimile. South is on the top of the map. Traditional Chinese map.
Have we seen all there is to see, Poirot? I feel like there might be something hiding off screen over here. No? In that case, perhaps the fireplace holds a secret.
I'm not going to leave now.
Come on, keep on grooving. Probably want a key for that lock, and I have found no keys. Are you a key? Oh boy, another one of these. Oh, okay, look at these books. Ooh, you mean this? No, no I do not. And I certainly don't want to come out of here. Not a large area of rotation on this thing.
Turtle, the dragon, the crane, and the tiger. I think I've already seen this motif somewhere.
You don't say, Poirot. This is just the same puzzle as before, rotating around different thingamajiggers, but I'm gonna have to remember, and if there's one thing I don't like doing, it's remembering. Oh, boys, oh boys, right. This is one of those moments. Can we rotate the center thing? Better make sure we know everything that can be interacted with. Looks like it's just the colors, the animals, their positions, but also what's under the colors. There's an overcolor and an undercolor, huh? Fascinating. Oh, hang on. Can we read the book?
The cardinal points. This book could maybe help me.
Each
cardinal
point?
point is associated with one animal and one color. In the middle sits the imperial dragon, and out of respect, all the others are turned towards him.
Oh, perhaps that's all we need to know. I thought we'd have to look at the table. So everyone is turned towards him. Okay. What do we count as towards? Maybe with the dot. And then red above you. Is it red and red? Possibly. Does that mean it's blue and blue? On the bottom, black and black. White and white. But it probably needs to be the right animals in the right place, huh? Because this can turn around.
The position of each motif is correct, but they are not turned the same way as on the table.
Oh, I'm so glad you mentioned that. Oh, that means I do have to look at the table, and that means this thing is going to turn around on me. And this thing's going to be reset. Right? Right? Doesn't appear to want me to leave. Okay. Oh, now it does. Okay. No, they all appear to be turned towards the dragon thing here. Alt print screen. And whilst you groove over there, Alt tab, open up paint.net, Control V, expand canvas, and shift to other monitor. There we go. This is now a tool assisted run.
Turtle, the dragon, the crane, and the tiger. I think I've already seen this motif somewhere.
Don't know how we'd manage without you. Black on black, white on... Is that white enough? I guess so. Red on the red. And then these things supposedly in the right place.
The position of each motif is correct.
Are you sure? I mean, they all looked like they had the dots coming towards the center bit, which is what I think I had set up previous.
I think I heard a bang. Could it be this cupboard?
Didn't I have them like that? Well, maybe one of them was off.
Interesting.
Congratulations, you've won the... and I don't get to see what. The crane wasn't quite there last time. Ah, okay. Granted. Only seems to have cost a minute or two, though.
Ernest Logan, MD, Brighton Cancer Institute, 201 Dusk Road, Brighton, Sussex. To Sir Carmichael Clark, MD, Comsite Churton, Devon. Brighton, 1935, January the 5th. As a man of science, I owe it to you to be completely frank. Lady Clark, your wife is suffering from a generalized terminal cancer. I confess I didn't suspect anything like that during the first exams. But with the test results I have received today, there is unfortunately no place for doubt. I estimate that Lady Clark's life expectancy is no more than 1 year. Hospitalization would not help in her case, so I advise you to keep her at home and provide her with as much morphine as required to ease her last moments. Yours sincerely, Ernest Logan. These daggers are only ceremonial weapons. I do not think that the crime weapon is here.
Be that as it may, it appears that there's one missing. And where's the key?
Here's Miss Grey.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Lady Clark's condition requires regular care. I believe you want to ask me a few questions.
Indeed, mademoiselle. This porcelain is remarkable. Is it old?
It's about 3 centuries old, I believe. Wait, let me find the reference.
She appears to be very flustered.
Bright eyes, you say? Oh, where'd her little dragon thing go?
Just a minute, please, Mr. Poirot.
I thought she was wearing a wee dragon thingy on her dress.
She's unable to hide her emotion, and her makeup has been disturbed. I think that this young woman has just been kissed.
Here? Teapot with black dragon, Gangshi period, end of the 17th century. It is a rare piece with unusual colors.
You have a good knowledge of art history.
Acquired while working with Sir Carmichael. I used to help him manage his collection and choose his new acquisitions.
This voice feels very strange and stifled.
Did you have a good relationship with your employer?
He treated me well, and I am sorry for his death.
Have you seen any strangers hanging around in the past few days?
No. Nobody has been near Comside.
What? Jesus.
Tell me what happened last night.
After dinner? Well, I did some sewing, and then I went to bed. I was woken by the telephone at 11. I heard Franklin Clark speaking with the gardener. They left with some lanterns, and they found the body.
What are your feelings about Franklin Clark?
What an odd question. Of course I think he's a good man. He's energetic, nice, very sociable.
Miss Grey, if I may be so bold, please do not take offence. My friend has rather unusual methods, but all he wants is to find the murderer.
Yes, I understand. I must rest. Please excuse me.
Earlier, you asked me to watch the living room door for you. I don't wish to be indiscreet, but sometimes a gentleman stumbles upon a secret without intending to.
That is sometimes the case.
And I saw Franklin Clark kissing Miss Grey at the foot of the stairs.
Do you think this is a common occurrence?
No, I saw emotion, intensity. I think it was their first kiss.
Well done, mon ami. Well spotted.
However, I don't think I completely understand this business. Why did Sir Carmichael not defend himself? He appeared to have been active and strong.
The murderer did not give him a chance. Let us try and reconstruct the scene. Sir Clark is taking his customary walk. Our killer is hiding behind a bush. The old man walks quietly along the gravel path. Then he turns towards the sea to gaze at it.
Now is your moment. From the right or from the left? From the right, because we saw the gravelly prints down here.
The killer leaves his hiding place on the right-hand side. He approaches silently over the grass. Then he throws himself on his prey and cuts the poor man's throat. He then lays down the ABC before leaving. Everything appears to match the crime scene, mon cher Hastings. That is exactly what happened.
Oh, just a minute. I'm getting dressed.
Mr. Kirst, have you recently returned from Churston?
Yes. Indeed I have.
Have you seen the papers? And to think that you might have rubbed shoulders with the killer. Imagine that. Mr. Kirst, are you all right? You don't seem well.
My apologies. My throat is burning and my head feels heavy. It's ever since the war, you know. Since my injury, my head has never been the same.
Poirot, it's a pleasure to be with you again after all these years. I looked for a gift to thank you, and I found this propelling pencil.
An authentic collector's item. You spoil me, mon ami.
And you more so by sharing investigations.
Do not underestimate the help you are to me, Hastings. Intellect is not everything. There is also goodwill, and you are not short of that. Later, I will ask you to help me tidy up the room and bring some chairs. Our guest will be here soon.
Ah, is Thora Grey coming?
Naturally. She is a fascinating young woman, n'est-ce pas?
Oh, come on, Poirot. I'm a married man. And Miss Grey has already been courted by Franklin Clark. Poirot, our guests will be here soon. We must prepare ourselves.
I should take advantage of the silence to examine them.
Okay, I was hoping it would be over now, but Blobbers kind of told me that no, there's still plenty more to go. You obtained a modifiable object. A what? Okay. Never sharp pen. Oh man, I used to do this all the time when I was bored in school. Just paying apart your pen. You can make a half-decent gun out of a pen and an elastic band, and then fire the ink-filled tip thing. Good times when you were bored of playing Bloody Knuckles. All right. Huzzah! A spring is ours. Now, can we observe the fruit, or we just look at everybody? Am I meant to be seeing something here? Yeah, Bloody Knuckles. You took a coin, you spun it on a table, and you took turns flicking the coin. The goal to make sure it keeps spinning. Whoever fails to keep it spinning. So if it's your turn and the coin falls flat after you tried to flick it, you have to put your fist down on the tables so your knuckles and the first joint of your fingers are all on the table, and then the opponent can then flick the coin into your knuckles, breaking them and making them bleed, hence the term of the name Bloody Knuckles. Okay, if there's any kind of interaction I'm meant to be able to do here, it is lost on me. Ah, I see. This thing being in the way stops me actually interacting. Right, let's get to work then.
Sometimes I love a brunette, sometimes I love a blonde. That's what the song says. The song says, sometimes I love a blonde who comes from Eden by way of Sweden. But I am not sure that this blonde is an angel.
So is this me getting them all together and deciding who the suspect is? I don't understand, but maybe that's for the better.
She appears to have taken more care with her appearance than the last time.
She's got some blush on.
She's looking at Mr. Fraser out of the corner of her eye. Did she make herself beautiful for him?
Starting to think this game's about middle-aged men ogling young women. Is that what you're getting out of this?
Donald is always on edge.
Looks like a man's barely slept or eaten for a while. Poor guy. Why are these people all my guests here? Why do they all agree to come over? Does Poirot just have that kind of pool?
Donald Fraser is very nervous at the moment, even if he's trying hard to control himself.
The most well-adjusted man in this game is a drunken Scotsman. So often the case.
The song says...
Oh no, we've heard it all before. So what do you want me to do? I don't really want to talk to these people. Although I keep getting so many trophies. I feel I have sufficiently observed everybody. Unless I meant to observe my comrade in arms.
I ought to concentrate on my guests.
Okay then.
Franklin Clark always seems at ease, regardless of where he is. Something that's unique to people who travel. I wish to thank you all for coming. I wanted to bring everyone close to the victims here in order to unmask the murderer.
Get to the point, Mr. Poirot. What do you want from us?
Ask her the reason. Sure.
You are an intelligent woman, Mademoiselle Barnard, and I'm sure that you have already understood my intentions.
You think that if we put our heads together, we might come up with something new?
I am convinced of it. What I ask is that you search your memories. The murderer must have left some trace.
Yes, he must have prepared his crimes very carefully.
Tout à fait. He did not get to Bexhill at midnight in order to strangle a young girl whose name, by chance, starts with P.
Must we go into that?
No, of course. Not if it makes you uncomfortable.
Come on, Mr. Poirot. I imagine we all feel terribly uncomfortable about these murders.
It's true. We've to catch the killer, not be spared the gory details.
Mr. Fraser, please get a grip on yourself.
Well, I want to help you, but I don't remember anything else. Nothing I haven't already said.
And you, Mademoiselle Barnard? Did your sister say she was seeing another man?
She never would have told me.
Allons, surely sisters have no secrets.
She never spoke about any of that to me. Do you believe me, or do I have to repeat myself? Betty knew I didn't approve of her behavior. Her flirting was spoiling any chance she might have had.
Tell me, mademoiselle, what did you talk about with your sister?
Silly things. Her new dress. She wanted a pair of black stockings to go with it. Mother bought her a brand new pair. The day it happened, she was crying. And to think that Betty never even wore them. Poor Mummy.
Your sister used to sing, I believe. Did she ever perform in public?
She dreamt about it, but she had a very bad cough. It troubled her greatly. She had to cancel auditions and miss lots of opportunities. A pity.
Yes, she sang well, but that doesn't tell us much about the murderer.
Qui sait? In any case, we now have enough information to draw up a relatively precise psychological profile. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Oh, Lord. These people must really have had nothing better to do. Is the killer clever? Well, he was able to do these letters so he can read and write. Methodical, meticulous planning. Seducing, liking trains. Everyone likes trains is surely intelligent. Oh, with our... what do we use as proof? Our own thoughts. Okay, very good. Are they sure of themselves? Right, well, we know that they're very bold. They're clever, self-confident. Are they a seducer? Yes. How do we know they seduced her anyway? Does he like... What is this? Are they impulsive? No, not at all. They were announcing it ahead of time and they've got meticulous planning. Are they generous? How very generous.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we can now surmise without too much risk of error that our adversary is It's a good start. Other meetings may be necessary. I hope that you will be able to come back again.
Well, it's just that...
What is bothering you, dear? What is this? Point out that she's short of money for the train. What?
You do not have the money to pay for the train, is that it?
It's normal that people helping with this inquiry should be reimbursed. Starting with you, Miss Drower. Please allow me to pay for your train tickets.
Oh, sir, I cannot accept.
But you must. Mademoiselle, I may not be rich, but my brother left a fortune which will be mine.
Mr. Clark, that's very generous of you.
Well, someone has to foot the bill.
Why is it not
Would it
Poirot?
be possible for you to come back to Devon? Lady Clark has expressed a wish to see you. We'll adjust her medicine so she'll not be too drowsy.
But of course, I shall come the day after tomorrow if it is convenient. Thank you all for coming. We will meet again soon. The meeting was most fruitful.
It was?
Really?
Hastings, I believe now we have everything we need to find a common point between the victims. Now it is time for us to use our grey matter.
So
Let us now try
bad.
and get our brain cells to work.
How could you do this to me, Blobber? What the hell did I do to you? Okay, what do our victims have in common? Warm bodies. The names, of course, the A, the B, the C. No, we're not going with that. Carmichael was retired. They'd all stopped doing their professions. Violent husbands, violent... Yeah, they all had violent people involved in their life. Violent, and... Betty had problems with... Oh, I thought that said violence, not voice. Okay. Poirot has 13 seasons, but some only have 4 episodes. But I was told they were long. See, there's the cough medicine. There's the voice problems. And do we have anything on Carmichael here? Carmichael's just old.
The first 2 victims suffered from bad throat, and that was precisely the specialty of the 3rd victim, Dr. Clark.
We have a lead.
It would pay to take a closer look at the medical records of Dr. Clark's patients.
We'll do so during our next visit to Churston.
I will do it myself, mon ami. You must remain in London just in case ABC sends us another letter.
Very well, as you wish.
What we're doing is making Hastings think he'll be alone. We will be observing him.
Thank you for coming,
maybe
Mr.
not.
Poirot. Lady Clark is waiting for you in her bedroom on the 1st floor. Please excuse me, I cannot stay for the interview. I've to take Miss Gray to the station to see our lawyer in Torquay.
Are you going on holiday, mademoiselle?
Not exactly, Mr. Poirot.
Miss Gray very kindly stayed with me to settle my brother's affairs, but naturally she prefers to find a position in London.
Ah, très bien.
I'll be absent all morning, Mr. Poirot, but the nurse is coming soon. She's to ensure that the dose of medicine doesn't make our patient drowsy.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Have a nice trip, mademoiselle.
Alright, the ride doesn't seem to end just yet, much as I want it to.
I do not need to make a telephone call now.
Can we admire ourselves in the mirror for those ego points? That's the stuff, although I still don't know how I'm meant to use those. Yeah, what is it the right time for, though? Go and find Clark in her bedroom. Very well. Why did I take the spring out of the pen? I did not appear to have used it for anything yet. Good God.
It would be rude to make Lady Clark wait any longer. This poor woman is very ill.
Dazed eyes, jittering hands. Is that really all we're going to be looking at? She looks like she's actively dying right now,
Please tell
Poirot.
the nurse to hurry. Please.
At least she can talk. Her medicine.
This woman is suffering. She is in no state to have a conversation.
Perhaps we should give her the medicine. Perhaps she'll talk Talk to her anyway.
Mr. Poirot?
My respects, madame.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. Have you seen the nurse? She should have been here by now. Oh, I'm sorry.
The telephone in the hall is ringing.
This just isn't right.
Lady Clark is in pain. I have to give her an injection of morphine to ease her suffering.
Wait, why did looking at the floor tell me that? Have fun, Jake. I've been trying glue glue ball. It's not coming easy.
The Clark residence? Detective Hercule Poirot speaking.
How do you do, Mr. Poirot? I'm Lady Clark's nurse. I wanted to let you know that I won't be able to come for her injection today. Might Miss Grey be able to do it?
She has just left, but I will take care of it.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. You'll find the skeleton key to open the medicine cabinet hidden in the lion trophy.
You can count on me. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Oh, thank you kindly. Goodbye, Mr. Poirot.
Perhaps this is one of those cases where it was indeed Poirot himself, the murderer.
Here is the skeleton key.
Anything else to look at here? Says there's another observation to be made.
April 1925, Aceh province, Sumatra.
Okay, get us out of here. Skeleton key.
Lady Clark is in pain. I have to give her an injection of morphine to ease her suffering.
Yes, sure, but where is the medicine closet?
Lady Clark is in pain.
Well, let's just get on with it. Take care of the elderly. Oh no, she died horribly here. We couldn't have done anything.
Lady Clark is in pain.
Perhaps this is the medicine cabinet?
It's closed.
Then unclose it, Poirot.
Ah, Mr. Poirot. Oh, I feel better now. Thank you for your help.
You asked for me, chère madame?
Yes. Yes, of course, I wish to speak with you. But what was it about?
No doubt. You wish to talk to me about what happened to your husband?
Ah, yes. Oh, poor Carmichael. Has the madman who killed him been caught?
Not yet, chère madame. There was a great many people in Cheston on the day of the murder.
Indeed. People go straight to the beach. They don't come near Coomside.
So, there were no strangers around the house that day?
Who said that?
The people who live here. Your brother-in-law, Miss Grey.
Miss Grey? Oh, I don't like her. Franklin wanted her to stay, but I insisted she should go. Immediately.
You are entitled to do so, naturally.
I'm pleased that you approve. The others have been taken in by her. But at least you can see through that self-pity act. See what she's up to. Oh.
Bleeding old spiteful coffin dodger here.
She's sleeping.
Perhaps now is the time to go and
to wake her up gently.
steal her stuff, Poirot?
This subject will probably be useful to me.
What is it? A silver comb. Why did looking at that make us think about giving her morphine?
I've finished with this subject.
But perhaps there's more to see and do here, Poirot. There is yet something that we have not looked at.
This subject would probably be useful to me.
A bronze comb, a silver comb. Is this a Resident Evil door puzzle now? Perhaps we can combine the two together using this spring. Well, there's probably a gold comb around there then, somewhere.
I've finished with this subject.
She's not an object.
She's sleeping. I must find a way to wake her up gently.
Gold comb, gold comb.
This couple appears to be having fun.
Struggling to even consider this as a game. It's very on the rails. Everything you need to do is spelt out for you. Kind of condescending as experiences go.
Lady Clark and Sir Carmichael were very happy, but they did not have any children. This subject would probably be useful to me.
Although it's an impressive thing that a game can leave me thinking more positively of Nancy Drew. We're not going to clip them all together? Perhaps use our screw to clip them all together? Perhaps what we need is some kind of screw or sorts? But what is there still left to look at around here? You talk as if you weren't the malevolent dictator for life of one of the biggest Nancy Drew fan clubs. I'm sure there are bigger. I didn't make a website called Sassy Detectives. Alright, maybe I can just leave here and find something else to clip this all together. After all, I got the skeleton key that only opened up that one wee thing. Perhaps this holds an answer for me.
I must find a way to wake her up gently. I am not going to leave Comside now. I still have some things to do.
You certainly do.
I must find a way to wake her up gently. It is not the right time.
Okay, so I'm thinking whatever I needed was still up there with the old coot.
I must find a way to...
Yeah, okay. So perhaps somewhere hidden there is an item to clip the hair comb together. Or I just need to rub against the right thing to do it. I feel like I rubbed against everything so far, though.
I must find a way to wake her up gently.
An unusual gone comb. Looks as if it can be combined with something. Yeah, how about the other comb parts? Or a little screw here to bring it together. No. I really feel like I'm missing something. What have we missed so far? Is there something perhaps over further on this side of the room? No. Nothing there.
She's sleeping. I must find a way to wake her up gently.
Yeah, no 10-minute penalties so far. Hang on, now this has a take me interaction. What? What did I even just click on for this? Okay. Well,
the mechanism appears to be broken.
Let's unbreak it then.
The mechanism appears to be broken.
Let's
the
get
mechanism
it fixed.
appears to be broken.
Ah, it wasn't a hair comb, it was one of these combs. Well, let's put it on in order. 1, 2, 3. Probably need to spring the broken spring part.
I hope that Hastings will not be cross with me.
It's just a spring, I'm sure he'll live.
This part appears to be working. This part appears to be working.
And then can we come out and activate? Or do I need to close it first?
This part appears to be working.
Okay, there we go. Get my ego points for getting it solved good and proper. I see this weekly one-shot as some primal garbage. Blunt but very true, Decoy. I don't know, once we're done with here I should look up some reviews for this game.
Oh, what are we talking about? Ah, yes. Thora Grey. Oh, Carmichael had great esteem for her. But for me, she was nothing but a hypocrite.
You're probably right, madame.
You have seen through her. I'm so pleased that I've convinced you.
Well, I appear to have been wrong about Thora Grey.
So you all agree. How nice it is to be all of the same mind.
Franklin really idealized Miss Grey.
Absolutely. It's so good to see that you all agree with me.
Miss Grey did look after you very well, though.
Outwardly. But she's hiding something. I think she tried to poison me.
Miss Grey? A poisoner? But everybody appears to like her.
It proves she knows what she's doing. She's manipulative and she's a liar.
A liar?
Let's see, didn't she say that on the day of the crime nobody was around Coomside?
That is correct.
Well, at 11 o'clock I saw her talking to someone.
Really? And what was this man like?
An ordinary sort of man with a very plain face. Oh, I don't remember well.
Was he a gentleman?
No, he was not a gentleman.
It would be best to leave her to sleep now. The telephone in the hall is ringing.
I think the poison was doing a pretty great job. Who is this game meant to appeal to? This is just all so awful in every aspect.
Hello?
Poirot, is that you? Hastings here.
Thank you for calling. Have you received a new letter from the murderer?
No, thank goodness. How are things in Churston?
I questioned Lady Clark. But I will not leave until I have examined everything of interest to me here. Fortunately, Franklin is absent, and I have a skeleton key.
Have you seen Thora Grey again?
Briefly. But rest assured, I intend to summon her to London soon.
She's a fascinating girl.
But secretive. I would like to ask her a few questions.
Poirot, she wouldn't hurt a fly.
Each to his own, my friend. Yours are pretty orphans, mine old ladies that have the maladies.
Poirot, are you mocking me?
No ill intended, rest assured. À bientôt, mon ami.
Benito, indeed. Right, come on, let's inspect the mansion. Perhaps Nancy Drew style? Ooh, I like maps of the world. Or maps in general. I've got a few up here right now, maps and flags. That's what I tend to use for decoration.
This plate appears to be able to move, but something is blocking it.
Oh, here we go again.
This plate appears to be able to move, but something is blocking it.
Was I able to pick at the thing there? Feels like I could pick at Mexico. Yeah. I can pick at the M in Mexico.
Australia.
Very good. Oh.
I must need something to continue.
Perhaps a skeleton key? No, okay.
The New Siberia Archipelago. I must need something to continue.
Yes, but
Sumatra.
what could we need? Pick Japan off the map?
Australia. No? This plate appears to be able to move.
I reckon when we shove whatever in here, those parts are going to move and then we do something with them, but how do we stick something in there?
This plate appears to be able to move. This plate appears to be able to move, but
nothing. What is there to interact with here, though? See, I'm just picking and clicking around Mexico, but what does it all mean?
Brazil.
Oh, very good.
Brazil.
Is that really Brazil? Here?
Brazil.
I have my doubts. Okay.
Sumatra.
Yeah, there's only very specific
Libya.
parts he wants to talk about.
This plate appears to be. This plate appears.
A firm believer in Greater Brazil. Oh,
This
yes.
plate
Look at
appears
that. It did something. Kind of scrolled around, or looked like I had a barcode
This plate
shining
appears
across it.
to be able to move, but
What in God's name am I to do with this thing?
I must need something to continue.
Perhaps I should look around the room some more, although that's not how it went down before. I'm clearly not making any progress here, so let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. How do I back out of this? This back out button, there we go. Get me out of here. I don't mind it being reinitialized, all I did was click on one little bit of it. Not allowed to leave until you accept BR superiority. Some aspects, perhaps. Hello, Bear.
July 1920. Alaska Peninsula.
Perhaps the bits around the room are going to be a hint as what to do with the map, since he was able to talk about that.
Franklin appears to be very active.
Tennis. Yeah, it's strange. We had this observation that, oh, he's very active earlier, but we didn't have anything to base it on. It's not like we've been in this
Franklin
room.
Clark appears to be a typical British gentleman. A good sportsman, a hunter, a traveller. Franklin Clark appears to be a typical British gentleman. A good sportsman, a hunter, a traveller.
Anything else to gawk at around here? Still going to come back to the map later. It seems to be throwing me on a bit of a stump, so I want to look at everything else before I go back to it. Ah, like this, perhaps.
4 Chinese symbols are engraved on this padlock.
Uh-huh. We haven't found any hint as to which ones to use.
I won't manage to do it randomly. Should I look at the rest of the facade, maybe?
Game's calling me out for what I do here.
Well, well. The characters engraved on this disc resemble those engraved on the padlock.
Sure, but what order? Oh.
This character appears to be the wrong way round. Maybe I should look to the padlock again.
No, I know my characters, so I probably want it like so.
This character appears to be the right way round.
So if I just sort them all out, but then what? Ah, they're going to appear in the order.
That's it. This character appears to be the right way round.
And then
The position of this character looks right to me.
that'll be the second one. Meaning you are the fourth.
Like this character appears to be the right way round.
Boy, I have neglected my kanji over the past year. What was the first one? Okay. I've managed to already forget what they are. I think that was the last one. So you were the third one. And then you. Easy money.
At last, the cupboard is open.
Yeah, we couldn't wait a minute for that, Poirot. Okay, normally he reads these things, but when manipulating books or papers, he wants it at a very specific angle for him to pay attention to it. We're going to open this, do anything with it. Come on, Poirot. Activate that sizable Belgian grey matter of yours. Or just do nothing with it, okay.
The Railway Children, E. Nesbit.
Railways? Oh, we have a train enthusiast, though.
For Franklin. On Teffy's Christmas, 1910.
Nesbit. Sounds familiar.
Traveling in China, a practical guide for English travelers.
What does he guide you about? Okay, maybe there really is something to look at this book.
Genteel and
Yeah,
wild.
there we go.
English countryside revisited.
There's a very specific angle it wants you to look at these things for him to read it. He can't read just a few degrees off, it seems.
A net, flask, and rifles. Franklin is very well equipped.
Are you allowed to just walk around China with your guns out and say, it's okay, I'm British? One can only hope. Let's go and look at the other parts of the house before we check out that map a bit more. And let me also check out a swift water break. Got to keep the grey matter of mine hydrated. I will be back momentarily. What's this we're learning? If a British national commits a crime in Hong Kong, he gets sentenced by a British consulate, not the Chinese courts. Damn right. Alright, what else is there to be had around here? Oh, this is the room we were in earlier. I'm glad, because I didn't want even more to explore here. But hang on, this is open.
Order and method above all. Let us finish examining the mansion while no one is around.
You should be grateful that there's no CCTV around here. Probably.
I see some papers that were not there the first time I visited. These daggers are only ceremonial weapons.
We are in 1935, Rolling Ninja.
Ernest Logan, MD, Brighton Cancer Institute, 201 Dusk Road, Brighton, Sussex. To
We've already heard this.
Lady Clark, your wife. I estimate that Lady Clark...
But you said there was another paper. I don't see another paper, unless we mean this.
Valuers report property. Building land located in Comside, Churston client. Court and Brunskill. The name is familiar. Is that not the name of the firm Donald Fraser works for?
Glad Poirot is doing the thinking for me. My thinking hat checked out long
the door
ago.
Is locked. Sir Carmichael's collection could rival that of a major museum.
Just look at this book with our back to it.
Comside's private collection. Purchases since 1920. The catalogue for Sir Carmichael Clark's collection.
Yeah, the big difference between Poirot and Nancy is Nancy would be picking up everything, shoving it into her big
There are
pockets.
some very valuable objects here.
Anything here that we have not noticed before? We already looked at this
Compass.
oldie
point to the
compass.
south. Bronze and magnetite. Hand in.
And what have we here? Knife, letter, all this stuff just on display. Ooh, bloodied handle.
I've already seen similar daggers. A dark dragon for a bright-haired maid. C. Attention, Franklin. Task list. A. Ordering Lady Clark remedies. Done. B. Tidying up real estate property files. Done. C. Calling the lawyer about inventory. Done. D. Update the tenant farmer list. Done. E. Update land rent accounting. Done. F. Ordering a restock of arsenic. Done. P.S. I have left on the living room table some of my things I don't want to keep. The locket and the dagger. I am sure you know why. Thora.
What could it all mean? Could I... it's a shame I couldn't take the dagger. Maybe I could stick that into the map of the world puzzle and be done with it. Maybe stick it into my own heart and be done with it. Alright, anything else to be had?
How am I going to open this trunk? Let us examine it.
Begin with the thinking, Poirot. Okay, so this can swing up, but to what end? Nothing on the back. How about the side?
That does not appear to be very useful.
Don't be so hasty, Poirot. We have not considered every angle. What? What? Let's look here. He just flings the whole thing around. Freaking Poirot, man. I need some numbers. I need 4 numbers. If I had to guess, there was a number on this when I flinged this up. 1927. Anybody able to tell us something interesting that happened in 1927?
Leaving the code on the trunk. What a strange character Franklin is.
Yes, how very convenient for you, Poirot. Glad you're able to show your mental prowess. Now I suspect I need a time. Good grief, what is that? Well, there's the number 7 here. But there was also a number on the other one, wasn't there? Yeah, there's also 31 there. 28. And there's a colon, which could be useful. So I think it's 7 colon... and not 5, but 20. 720. Oh, nice! They do the 4 with the 4 vertical stripes, not the IV. Pretty cool.
So, what is this sound?
The BBC became Crown Chartered in 1927. 1927, it turned to 1928 at the end of December. Fascinating.
There we are.
Alright, good job, Poirot. Now we can pop it open and... God, what a waste of space this is for travelling. Flick it open. Such a laboriously slow game. Whoa, we're travelling in style. Down here we've got Daddy's
Whiskey and other good quality
Love.
drinks. Mr. Clark really has refined tastes. Whiskey and other good quality drinks. Whiskey and other good quality drinks.
Okay. Is that all we're noting of it? There is nothing here. Well, now I bet I could use
Why
this.
has Franklin put an Allen key inside his trunk? I'll borrow it for a minute.
I suspect I could use it for that map puzzle. But more than likely it's used here. Do I have to pick out the particular piece?
An Allen key. It can be used in 5 positions.
Where's the triangle-looking one? Or does this count for the triangle one? You know, if you like the look of puzzles like this but want it to not be so asinine or laborious, the room games are for you.
An Allen key.
Quite likely.
Another screw.
Another? Did we have a first one?
This engraving is not very easy to understand. I need to sort it out.
Yes, we do. Man, I can't believe there's still another 3 hours to go with this. Alright, well, suck it up, Jake. How does this come together with that part? It looks like that will do it, but the center part doesn't rotate at all. Yes, it is blocked indeed. Oh god, they move together. Those don't work together. Ghastly.
Franklin must really love his country to have an engraving in his trunk. I think I heard the panel above release.
He must really hate the Isle of Man. We heard what release? I think he said a panel above release. I don't even know where I'm at, but okay, I'll take this.
A signet ring with a code written on it. 1587. It may be useful to me.
1587, I'll write that down just in case. But where have we seen somewhere that we need a 4-digit number for? Nothing springs to mind. We kept the ring, but we didn't keep anything else. Yes, notice that these things do go boom. Yeah, see that?
Appears to be able to move.
What the heck is that?
I think that signet ring should be placed here.
I was so right to back away from this then. This was not possible.
The plates around the picture appear to have unlocked. I think I've already seen these symbols on Franklin's trophies.
We did not have all the information that we needed. Okay. I don't recall seeing these symbols. Perhaps I should look at them then. Switch them all to the ones that at least look like paw prints of sorts first. If that accomplishes nothing, then I'll take a look at the... Oh god, which of these even look printy? Note. Okay, never mind that. Let us observe.
July 1920, Alaska Peninsula.
So, alright, I'll make a note of this. Pen and paper, come to my rescue. So, Alaska is 1920. Bear paw. Okay, I was dreaming about bears last night. Long dark bears, no doubt.
February 1922, South Africa.
South Africa. Whoa, slow down there, Poirot. I wasn't done.
February 1922, South Africa.
1922, and it's some kind of deer. And the deer is like a sideways, big puckered kissy kiss. Okay, but aren't there a lot more to put in than just that? We should look around the rest of the house for other trophies. That's a bit beyond a house, isn't it? More of a mansion, and what a mansion.
April 1925, Aceh Province, Sumatra.
Sumatra. I don't know if the year is going to matter, but still, what was that, 1925? And this is some kind of tiger paw thing. I'm actually doing a little drawing of it as well to help me know what I meant to put in. Well, that's a terrible drawing, but that'll do. Phew, I got back. I'm glad to be back and see that there's still plenty of game to watch, says Ninjin.
Best to leave her to sleep now.
For reasons unknown. I gotta say, this game is just awful. Right, any other game to check? No. I thought, I can't WASD control Poirot, can I? No, God, it would be a bit more tolerable if I could at least tank control the man. He's built like a tank. Were one of these worth checking out? No, it was just the old style compass.
There are some very valuable objects here.
Okay, is it really just those 3 animals then? Seems like not a lot. Aren't you happy you canned Mindustry for this? You could be building factories right now. I don't know, Mindustry is quite an ugly looking game. I do worry that if I end up playing Mindustry, I'm stuck with it for 8 bleeding hours. But I should try it someday.
The appear to have unlocked. I think I've already seen these symbols on Franklin's trophies.
Okay, so...
Sumatra.
Sumatra has the tiger paw. And Alaska... You going to talk about Alaska? Or are we just expected to know that this is Alaska? There we go. Alaska had the bear paw, which we've already activated here. And there was also South Africa. Are you going to mention South Africa? You're going to ping me over to the left, but not to the right?
South Africa?
Very good. Also very good. But does that mean everything else should just be not activated because we didn't see anything else? The thing is, he mentions
Siberia archipelago.
Siberia. We didn't find anything from Siberia, did we? There's also Brazil. I've definitely not found anything Brazil-like. Maybe now we're able to access more of the outer area and see more of the game? Either that or there's a huge number of these that I've just been missing. Let's see if we can go out front.
I am not going to leave campsite now. I still have some things to do.
You could find the Brazilian Mona Lisa.
Order and method above all. Let us finish examining the mansion while no one is around.
Okay, this is becoming a problem. There are a lot of pieces here and I don't know what to stick in where. Could be a reasonable time for a hint. Truth be told. It's only a 10-minute cost and it could save me many more than 10 minutes. Because it's not immediately obvious to me where I'm meant to find the rest or what I'm even meant to put in so far. I haven't used any hints at all, Ninjin. We are allowed to. Normally the weekly one-shot is a very much no-hinty time. But we were specifically told we could use the hints in exchange for 10 minutes apiece. Baron trying to talk me out of using the hints, saying it's very junior detective-y. Thinks he can appeal to my Saiyan pride. Oh, I didn't realize those were the rules of the original race. Aha. 12 hints coming up, put an end to this madness. The puzzle does confound me though. We have 3 pieces of information, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 places to put things into. Not entirely clear where other parts go either. Perhaps what she would do is only change those 3. I was fiddling around with other parts, and it's worth noting that the puzzle does reset each time. So let's put this in and not change anything other than those 3.
The plates around the picture appear to have unlocked. I think I've already seen these symbols on Franklin's trophies.
So that is South Africa, which I'm going to assume is this one. And then Sumatra, which is almost certainly this one. And then finally Alaska. But Alaska's already got the bear print on it. Okay. So what are we to do? Is it meant to make a pattern? Maybe they're meant to be like the opposites are the same? Foot or thingamajigger? You possibly. Yeah, it might be we've got to have lines of symmetry going on here. Like you two are like that. Weird printy thing.
The Lion of Sumatra.
It's going along the ways and up and downsies, I think.
the Alaskan Kodiak bear.
Okay, that was very not obvious to me, but thank goodness we stumbled upon that. And now we want this.
The African kudu. I heard the sound of a mechanism.
These mechanisms are getting...
Protecting one's safe. Triangulating one's hunting sites on a map.
This is getting out of hand, Poirot. Well, we know that there was the date stuff. Hang on, didn't I write something down? I wrote down 1587 earlier. That could be reasonably useful. Glad I did. I have no recollection of when or why I did.
These documents are very likely going to help me for the rest of the inquiry.
Based on what?
A dozen gold sovereigns. Some shares for the Southern Railway and some treasury bills. This is not worth much. Hardly enough to justify your robbery.
He's saying that to himself.
Charlotte Clark, Comside, Churston, Devon. To Mr. Franklin Clark, Peninsula Hotel, Salisbury Road, Chimchatsui, Kowloon, Hong Kong, Comside, 1935, January 1st. I wish you with all my heart a happy year 1935. Writing my greeting cards, I have affectionate thoughts for you. Always smiling as a child, sailing to distant countries and bringing back to us trunks full of wonder. At home, everything annoys me. Starting with this young Thora Sir Carmichael is so fond of. I have nobody to share my feelings with, so I write to you. How can I tell you what happens to me? The simplest way the better. I am doomed. I still have 1 year to live, no more. How do I know? I opened the secret drawer of Carmichael and read a letter not addressed to me. In this letter, Dr. Logan tells my husband in the most direct way the truth he conceals from me. Sir, I know. But my husband doesn't know I know. Please don't tell him. And if he shares the truth with you, act as you are surprised. Carr will probably speak in his usual convoluted way, but I wanted to be the first to announce it to you. It does matter to me that you are aware of what happens in Comside. Warm regards, Charlotte. Eton College School Year 1912-1913. Franklin Clark. School report for Franklin Clark. According to his teachers, Franklin was a good student, but lacked discipline. Sir Carmichael Clark, Comside, Churston, Devon. To Mr. Franklin Clark, Peninsula Hotel, Salisbury Road, Chimchatsui, Kowloon, Hong Kong. Comside, 1935, January the 12th. Dear Franklin, first, I wish you a good start to a successful new year. I have received your letter dated December 10th. Thanks for defending my interest against Wang, this robber. Things could have got pretty bad if you weren't a real cold-blooded guy. I envy you for that. Things go on here much as usual. Charlotte is moderately free from pain. I wish one could say more. You may remember Thora Gray. She is a dear girl and a greater comfort to me that I can tell you. I should not have known what to do through this bad time but for her. She has an exquisite taste and shares my passion for Chinese art. No daughter could be a closer or more sympathetic companion. Life has been difficult, but I am glad to feel that here she has a home and true affection. You wrote me you want to stay in China for 1 more year or even longer. I don't object. The longer you stay, the more opportunities you will have to increase our collection. Nonetheless, you should know that we miss you here, and that Charlotte will be gone by the time you come back. I am, dear Franklin, your truly affectionate brother.
Okay. We done now, Poirot? Did this aid the investigation? Did knowing their marks in maths and history accelerate our way towards finding the ABC murderer? Something that seems to have just been thrown onto the back burner
Order
here.
and method above all.
Oh, lordy, no.
Let us finish examining the mansion while no one is around.
Oh, crocs. Okay. Just inspect the mansion. Okay. Was there anything else to do? That seemed like the last thing in my way.
I've finished with this subject.
Yes, we have finished with Charlotte. Can we make a phone call? Hello, operator. I've
need to-
lost it again. Okay, maybe I should close this so it's not obvious I've been rooting around everything.
A dozen.
No, and I certainly don't want to read any letters down below again. He doesn't seem keen on closing up. What in the world has not yet been done?
Franklin Clark appears to be a typical British gentleman. A good sportsman, a hunter, a traveller.
Oh boy, is this Maniac? I know if it were Maniac Mansion, I'd be having fun. Well, that said, I did do Maniac Mansion as a weekly one-shot, and it wasn't even that long ago. Spoilers for that run, it went really well. Until it didn't. Fell apart in a very humiliating manner. But that's okay, if you can't handle a bit of humiliation, what are you even doing streaming? What?
Best to leave her to sleep now. I am not going to leave Comside now. I still have some things to do.
Do you now? Hey, did I ever check this? There we go. I tried to earlier, but to no avail. Is Charlotte alive? I am certain we don't care.
The Black Dragon's Curse. To Franklin, who will never grow up. January 25, 1928. Car Charlotte. Miss Thorogray, Comside, Truston, Devon.
Ah, the arsenic we were told.
Outside thallium.
That they loaded up on. Okay, have we checked everything now? I think we can get out. Can we go out this way?
I am not going to leave.
No, come on. How is this aiding the investigation? Actually, why are we even here?
Order and method above all. Let us finish examining the mansion while no one is around.
What is there even still to look at, man? Could I take the arsenic with me? Yeah, not even 3 hours left of my timer now. Just 2 hours and 49, I think it is. Yeah. Oh God, no. Just 2 hours. I thought it was 6 hours 55, but no, it's 6 hours 3 minutes 55. That could be cause for slight concern. I need to pick up the pace. No, don't look at this again. We've seen it. Get away. That means there's a whole other thing or area that I haven't investigated here. I'm certain I've picked that room clean. He says he's done with that. I can't place a phone call. He's done with that. We already... No, not here. Check out this. Okay, he doesn't want to check out this. What remains uninvestigated? Perhaps I didn't check out the whole table? Although what else was there to look at on this table? Yeah, we already looked at all of this. The only item I have left is this skeleton key. Opens all the doors. Life opens many doors, Ed boy.
Order and method above all.
Yes, quite.
These daggers are only ceremonial weapons.
Yeah, we already checked that. We already read the book. We can't check the upper area of this, can we? No, he only wants to look at the daggers. Can't mess around with the fireplace. Can't interact with the chairs. Can't interact with the paintings.
The door is locked.
Ah, perhaps the skeleton key also works on the cubby. That seems very strange that
This
the...
unit contains the medical records for Sir Carmichael Clark's patients. Let us study them closely and see if there are any familiar names.
Very strange that a skeleton key would work for
Testing
cupboards.
the records from A to D. They've been handled recently. No names. Disappointing.
Oh.
No names. Disappointing.
Never intentionally clicking through dialogue. It's because looks like it hasn't happened. I click again and then, oh no, you're passing through the dialogue. How unfortunate. Right, surely that's everything looked at now. There we go. Glad I looked at my key.
Where is the horrible smell of carrion coming from?
Oh dear. A horrible smell, you say? For even a Belgian to acknowledge that, this is not a good sign.
This fountain makes a very relaxing sound.
Yeah, the frame rate is far from great on this game. But most things are far from great in this game. Where can we go? Can we go down here, Poirot? Oh boy. Have you seen the 50 trophies? That explains all the trophies I've been getting. Alright, come on, come on. Oh, they left a wee grave for him. They got this erected fast. Actually, no, it's been months, hasn't it? September now.
May you have peace, Carmichael. Charlotte.
Is that it? There must be more.
Where is the horrible smell of carrion coming from?
Perhaps the greenhouse of sorts? Oh, what did you say?
Clark's greenhouse. It must hold some rare plants.
Can we go inside? Absolutely not.
Where is the horrible smell of carrion coming from? It was probably the gardener who lit this fire. Look here. I wonder if someone wanted to get rid of these papers. This object would probably be useful to me.
Are we going to rearrange? Here
Someone
we
has
go.
tried to get rid of these documents. They may be important.
Can we... No? Okay, I thought maybe I'd be sorting them around. Plenty of Nancy Drew games have this. Something is broken, you gotta rearrange it, or a letter has been cut up. Something to that effect. But where is this horrible smell of carrion coming from? Oh.
This
What have we here?
wisteria is in full bloom.
Oh, great observation.
This wisteria is in full bloom.
Mm-hmm.
This wisteria. This wisteria.
Okay, I thought he'd care about the birds in some way, but he does not. Malia comes in. First time they ever speak in chat and just say hello. Well, welcome. Welcome to a god-awful game, which I am not enjoying in the slightest. But
Something makes me feel uncomfortable.
I have an obligation to be the most senior of detectives.
Brown pellets. Revolting. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Why? Why? Why did Thora leave personal belongings behind? I don't know and I don't care. Here's some gifts. Thora left a letter behind for some reason. There was a dagger gone as well. She does not want to be accused of theft.
Everything that Thor Grey has left behind comes from Sir Carmichael's collection. He most probably gave them to her. But she chose to leave them here rather than run the risk of being accused of theft. It is understandable when you know just how much Lady Clark mistrusted her. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Why did looking at a dead rat make us think of this? Truly, Poirot operates on a different level as I do. Is Thora a prisoner? I don't care. The scene of the scene of what crime? Thora Grey is manipulative and trying to poison people. No, they've probably come together for some accusation. Lady Clark thinks that she's manipulative. She left a letter behind, tried to poison. Is Thora a prisoner? I don't know. Do we have the information needed for this? Can I just not do this? I feel like there's other stuff I need to look at here.
The gardener does not follow the alignment. There, that's better. It is symmetrical. There, that's better.
Okay, very good. Perhaps now I can get my little brain cells to work. I'll be honest, I've forgotten who Thora even is. Thora left behind a letter. And something about a year to live and something about being manipulative. No, that's not good enough. How much of this says she's even a prisoner? Gosh, I do not know how any of these line up with what we're trying to prove here. Should we just be running through these if I truly have no idea? I think so. Alright, alright, alright. Old Coot has been down there for both of those. If it's not Old Coot, let's move Rat there. Poison, Old Coot, Letter. Poison, Old Coot, Rat, other Old Coot. Alright, something ain't working out here. Letter here then. Old Coot, other Old Coot. Poison. Yeah, there's no force like brute force, so I don't think letter behind is anything here. Old Coot, Rat. It's the green letter. Okay. Is it double old coot? No, I don't think it's old coot at all then. Yeah, there's a prisoner here, and it's me being imprisoned by this game. Hey, is Thora a prisoner? Based on what? Alright. Let's go super methodical then. Is it bottle of poison with any combination of thing? Bottle of poison with red letter? No. Bottle of poison with green letter? What? Never considered poisoning.
Thorgray had no reason to kill someone who only had few months left to live. The poison she ordered was for rats. The gardener must have made good use of it, considering the stinking remains on the path, not far from the property.
It wasn't meant to say prisoner, it was meant to say poisoner.
I must put this back and inform Hastings that I'm returning to London.
Oh, Jesus. It said poisoner. Oh, wow, okay. I guess reading is too hard for me. My brain has just clocked out. Who else was screaming at the screen? Ah, good stuff.
Before leaving, I have to put the skeleton key back.
Where did we even get it? Ah, yes, the thingamajigger over here.
April 1925. Perfect. Nothing else is keeping me here.
Glad we found all the information we need. Oh, what did he say?
I am not going to leave Campside now. I still have some things to do.
You just said there's nothing keeping me here.
Hello, Hastings? I have finished in Sherstone. I will take the first train. Tell me, do you know how to restore writing on a burnt document?
Yes, you just have to soak a cloth with a hydrochloric acid solution and rub the sheet of paper. Then the characters appear.
Bien. You have been of great assistance, Hastings. Could you please order the solution as soon as possible?
Of course, but what documents do you want to read?
You will see, my friend. À ce soir.
Oh, man. A little under 2 hours left of this nightmare. Worst case scenario is I beat it
Donald
just
Fraser
slightly
is here.
over time, though.
He insisted on waiting to see you.
Alright, come on, let's pick up the pace. Poirot, move. Take a good look at our friend and then get to work.
This man is tired.
Dark circles under his eyes. Yeah. Crumpled clothing. Don't look that crumpled, do they? What else is there to note about the man? His unshaven, unkempt appearance?
Donald is short of sleep, and it looks as if he didn't even bother to undress before going to bed.
Mr. Poirot, I don't know why I'm here.
Impatient with his indecision? Okay.
You wanted to talk, and you came to find the only man capable of hearing you.
Mr. Poirot, since Betty's death, I've doubts about myself. I don't know what to do. And I keep having a horrible dream 3 nights in a row.
Have a drink, and tell me about this dream.
It's always the same. I'm on the beach with Betty. I grab her round the throat, and I squeeze, and squeeze until she's dead. Her head falls back, and I see that it's no longer Betty. It's Megan's face.
Have you seen Megan Barnard recently?
Yes, our grief has brought us together. I never really knew her before. She's really quite a remarkable girl. But I would never tell her about my dream.
Why not? Is it her you are attacking in your dream?
No, it's Betty. And once Betty is dead, it's Megan's face that appears in its place.
Very interesting. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Hang on. We're going to be using dreams now. Soren had a better defense against this in Mass Effect. How should we interpret Donald's dream? Maybe I should make sure I read this clearly, since I was clearly reading Prisoner as Poisoner before. Donald was in love with Betty. Sure. You're a violent man, you scoundrel. You feel guilty. Very guilty. Donald feels guilty about killing Betty. Wait, no, he didn't kill Betty, did he? Well, I assume he didn't. Come on, get in there. No, it's not brute force instincts. I was just,
Mr. Fraser,
struggling with the
that
UX.
the real meaning of this dream is that you are in love with Megan Barnard.
Please go on. Do.
This dream certainly betrays your guilt.
Oh.
But what do you feel guilty about? Having killed your fiancé? Possible. Or forgetting her very quickly for her sister? Certainly. And this forgetting is perceived as a second death.
So you don't really think I was the one who killed Betty?
I do not exclude this theory. I am simply saying that I do not need to know that fact to explain your dream and your guilt.
Thank you for being frank, Mr. Poirot. You've helped me a great deal. I'm going back to Bexhill. I'll not take any more of your time up.
It is late, Mr. Fraser, and you are tired.
I'll sleep on the train. I like trains. It's easy to sleep rocked by the sound of the wheels.
Poor boy, he seems completely lost.
Well, women seem to like him. I think Megan will take care of him. Oh, I remember. Did you order the product I needed?
Yes, we'll be receiving it tomorrow.
Bien, it is late, and I asked Miss Grey to come tomorrow morning. I have a few questions I wish to ask her.
You know, our suspect likes trains.
Mademoiselle, I asked you here in order to answer a very important question. Am I right in thinking you said that you did not speak to anyone on the day Sir Carmichael was murdered?
It's the absolute truth.
Yet, Lady Clark maintained that she saw you talking to a stranger on the front doorstep.
Really? She must have been mistaken. Oh, I remember now. I'd forgotten all about it, but it wasn't important. It was just a salesman. One of those traders who sell stockings from door to door.
Can you describe him to me?
Medium size, glasses, dark suit, and a felt hat. Not the sort of man you notice. Completely harmless. That's why I forgot all about him.
Nothing else?
He was very hesitant and shy. Usually door-to-door salesmen are very confident, but he wasn't.
You did not leave Churston willingly, I believe.
I don't wish to lie. Lady Clark did not appreciate my presence. And Franklin cannot go against the wishes of a sick lady. He is a good man, and he worries a great deal about his sister-in-law.
I noticed that you left some personal belongings behind at Churston. It was too risky for you to keep these objects, am I correct?
Risky? What was the risk?
You know very well what Lady Clark might have said if you had kept these objects.
Indeed. These objects were gifts. But Lady Clark would have been convinced that I'd stolen them. By returning them, I put an end to such evil gossip.
Bien. I must ask you one last question. Please reply frankly with either yes or no. If Lady Clark had died, would you have agreed to marry Sir Carmichael if he'd asked you?
How dare you ask such a question? Sir Carmichael treated me just like his daughter. And all that I ever felt him was affection and gratitude, nothing else.
Thank you, mademoiselle. I will not keep you any longer.
I met Thora Grey on the stairs. Her cheeks were ablaze, and she appeared to be deeply hurt. Poirot, have you offended the poor girl again? Do you have good reasons for accusing her?
I accused her of nothing, Hastings. I simply asked her an important question she did not answer. Let us see if we can answer it for her. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Oh, I don't know if my brain cells are up for that, Poirot. Would Thor have married... Well, she stayed behind to take care of affairs, and they were close. And, you know, there's that brooch thing. Oh, we know you're invasive. Oh, you are a seductress. There was the brooch offering, the charming. Goodness, I don't know. I think I'll keep the seductress part. Try the letter with everything, and then try everything else with everything. And then if it doesn't work, then I know seductress is not the answer, so maybe she indeed wouldn't. I ain't doing it. Let's try a red lady with everything. Okay, then I reckon the seductress part is not part of it. So what is? Likes Franklin. Yeah, the order is not important at all here. At least it better not be important. Brooch. Okay then, silver lady. Red lady. Blue lady. Okay then. I think her staying behind is a relevant part. How could it not be? But didn't I already try that? Perhaps not. She's evasive about it, sure. Work those grey cells. I'm working my pointer finger in my wrist. That's got to be close enough. Didn't we decide that seductress wasn't part of it? Now I'm starting to think that staying behind is not part of it. But you would think that is, if the answer is yes. He'd offered you a brooch. You kept the brooch. You were staying around for the affairs. How are those two not the answer? But they're evidently not. One of these two is not true. You were close. There's mention of this letter, although I don't know what's in the letter. Evasive about it, although I don't think the evasive... Oh, okay. I don't know how Poirot is pointing these things together.
You must know how to read between the lines, Hastings. When Sir Carmichael refers to paternal affection, he's lying to himself. Read this engraving on the brooch. A dark dragon for an angel with glossy hair. These are the words of a lover, not a father. Lady Clark was not wrong.
What if Sir Carmichael had fallen in love with his secretary? That doesn't mean that she forced him to do so.
True, there are extenuating circumstances. She is a penniless orphan. But she's calculating. Just look how she avoided it when asked if she would have married Clark.
I see. You think she seduced Sir Carmichael for her own gain, and that now she is doing the same with his brother. Poirot, your world is a very dark place.
Do not get carried away, mon ami. We have another more important matter to settle.
Really?
Yes, would you believe that Miss Grey taught me something new? Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Oh, God. Is there another common point between the murders? There's a lack of theft. Although I doubt these stalkings are important here. There is the mysterious person that has arrived here. A seducer. And also the mysterious person coming along. And then honestly I can just try any of these. Because I think it's these two. Oh, okay, perhaps I'm dead wrong. But I do think it's our own deduction. It's got to be us. All about us. Common points, seducer. A gift. No, okay. A door-to-door salesman coming towards the house. The murderer is a seducer. Did I already try these two with everything else? I think I should try our own deduction with everything, because surely it's our own deduction here. It's what's been added to the... Oh god, this freaking UX. Okay, feeling that. Let's just take it left to right. I'm going to be shocked if it's not our own deduction here about the seducer. I thought it was about... It was about stuff not being stolen. I know there's a faster way to cycle between them, but I'm trying to be very methodical so I don't accidentally slip up. You're kidding, it's not our own deduction? Wow. Unless I missed one of you. Did I try the stockings with everything? Okay, well I can say that our own deductions are garbage then. What do we try? The account book with everything? Maybe I should use some level of logic here, but I can't even get on the logic bus here. I don't know what we're trying to think. I don't really think it's the account book, though. Oh, what? It is?
Perfectly clear.
Stockings?
Perfectly clear. Indeed, a stocking seller visited Andover, Bexhill and Churston on the day of each murder. We have our suspect. This should be of interest to Job.
At what point was it revealed that the salesman was selling stockings? Oh! She said stockings. I assumed she just meant his stock. Okay, right. You got that one past me, game.
Mon ami, it is a pleasure to be working with you again. I have missed you these past few years. It is not the right time to leave.
Alright, let's talk to Jap. We're on the hunt for someone who's selling stockings.
Chief Inspector, we are looking for a stocking salesman.
I see you have a suspect.
Yes. Contact all the stocking wholesalers who may employ him.
Your suspect is a salesman?
No, he does not take orders. He sells door to door.
Right. The hunt is on.
Are you leaving, Mr. Cust?
Yes, I'm going to Cheltenham.
You shouldn't travel today. You don't look very well.
I have to. I have engagements. I must respect them.
Can you get the post, Hastings?
And why don't you go and get it yourself?
Très bien. What's going on? I've never known Hastings to be so disagreeable.
How unthinkable for the great Poirot to have to get his own mail.
Poor Mr. Poirot. I'm quite sorry for you. If at first you don't succeed, try again. We've a long way to go still. Typery? No, that comes later. Letter T. The next little incident will take place in Doncaster on September 11th. So long. ABC. I should compare this letter with the one on my desk, which I received
must we?
earlier, to see if it does indeed come from the same person.
Do we have a lowercase w to check, though? Could cast doubt on this whole case. And we haven't pieced together our letter yet?
Let us examine this more closely.
Alright, we know how this goes. The
Certain
letter I.
characters in the-
Yes.
Yes, this I is weird.
It's the third time we have to do
Right.
this.
Let us...
For what purpose?
Yes, the I characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
Ah, I can see the W.
The W is not printed properly. Right. Let us compare this with the other letter. Of course, the W characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory. Yes, the A appears to be quite unusual.
I wonder if they planned on changing this so that they'd use different letters for different parts here.
Let us compare this with the other letter.
But it was too much work to write these letters without
That's right.
using
The A
all
characters
the
in the
letters.
two letters do indeed have the same defects. My theory was right. These two letters were written with the same typewriter. Hastings, he strikes tomorrow. Chief Inspector Japp?
He's on another line. Can I take a message?
Yes, please, mademoiselle. It is from Hercule Poirot. Tell him ABC strikes tomorrow in Doncaster. He must call me back.
Very well, sir.
Bien, now I'm going to see what I can find from these burnt documents. I've received the product I need. Hastings, if you do not mind, I would like you to take a few notes.
Yes, yes.
I've finished with this subject.
Alright, where are we even going to do this burnt document stuff?
So, how are you getting on? I'm ready to take notes.
Or do I rub the stuff against him? No? Perhaps at my desk then? Where exactly do you want me to do this game? On the big table? Just here out in the open?
If someone has tried to get rid of these documents, they may be important.
So, how are you getting on?
Now, down to work.
Ah, here we go. In front of the mirror on the smallest platform I could
putting in
find.
order a little.
Alright, let's Scooby-Dooby-Doo it. Okay. Good thing I played the Glass Masquerade.
This page is finished. That's done. 3 more to...
Come on now, come on.
This page is child's play.
Perhaps it is too easy, Poirot. You're being set up. Had you stopped to consider that?
This does not look too difficult. This page is finished.
Fortunately,
And
the
that's
video
2 done.
evidence
It's easier than I thought.
of me failing a 4-piece jigsaw puzzle on a child's puzzle game. Well, it wasn't even a puzzle game, just a child's game. I'm quite certain the evidence of that has fizzled away into nothing. As well it should.
This piece should be placed here.
That was a long, long time
This
ago.
page will be reconstructed in a flash. This page is child's play. This page is finished.
I can only hope that Morrighan spent forever
Only
on
one
this.
more. Keep going.
Because I feel like my time is slipping away. I've got barely over an hour to finish this.
This does not look too difficult.
Come on, get it moving. Yeah, I asked earlier, I don't know if there was an answer, but is the Is the VOD for this race available anywhere, Blobber? Because win or fail, I would love to
This page is
give it a
finished.
watch once all is said and
the
done.
pages are reconstructed.
It is excellent. You have a link on IRC. Double excellent. Alright, let's just
A bottle of solvent.
splash it all over.
A dry cloth.
Uh,
A bottle of solvent. A dry cloth. A bottle of solvent.
yes.
A bottle of solvent.
How would you like me to use these things? What? No, no, don't.
Let's try to get rid of this.
What are you doing, Poirot?
A dry cloth.
Oh, sweet Jesus, come on.
A dry cloth. A dry cloth. A dry cloth. All the pages are reconstructed.
Oh. What is going on? Use
A
the
bottle of solvent.
freaking solvent. Use it on the pages, use it on the cloth, I don't care, use it on something. There we go.
The cloth is now soaked with solvent. Got it! Make a note, Hastings, make a note. Mrs. Alice Asher, shop owner in Andover. Tracheitis, hemoptysis, prescribed laudanum.
I got it. Look. Poirot, where on earth did you find these files?
On a fire at the bottom of the garden at campsite.
All right, but where did the person who burned them find them?
Do we have to use them? Our little grey cells?
Alice Asher, shopkeeper in Andover. Tracheitis, hemoptysis, chronic cough with loss of blood. Prescribed laudanum-based cough medicine. Betty Barnard, waitress in Bexhill. Chronic bronchitis causing dysphonia. Advised to stop smoking. Alexander Bonaparte Cust. War wounded, mustard gas and head trauma. Pulmonary emphysema. Hemoptysis. Coughing fits with blood. Suffers from absences and amnesia. Dick Dudley Dunbar, owner of the Black Swan Hotel in Doncaster. Asthmatic, heart disease, heart condition. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
You sure? You shouldn't just phone up Scotland Yard and say this is the person? Where do the burned documents come from? Bexhill is a very popular seaside resort. Well, there was the travelling salesman guy. The medical records that were checked out. There we go, girl.
The burned documents are medical records, and without a doubt, they come from Clark's archives. First of all, because all the patients have throat conditions. And secondly, their name starts with either A, B, C, or D, and it is precisely the files that match these letters that have been tampered with.
But why burn these files? How come the names of the two victims appear on them? And who are the two other patients?
These are very good questions.
Alright, move it, Portly Poirot. Let's close this game out, please.
I've finished.
Hello? Hello, Poirot.
Any news, Chief Inspector?
You wanted a stocking seller? We have one. Reported by his landlady, who thought he was behaving suspiciously. He has the most unbelievable name.
Alexander Bonaparte Cust.
Yes, Alexander Bonaparte Cust? How did you guess? Poirot, you have magical powers. It's a serious lead. I called Doncaster. A person matching Cust's description has been seen at the station. He got off the train from London, but after that, nobody knows where he went.
Look for him at the Black Swan Hotel.
What? How do you know he's there?
Trust me, Chief Inspector.
You appear to be very sure of yourself. Very well. I'll call the Black Swan straight away. The owner is going to get a shock when he learns that there's a murderer under his roof.
Do your best, Jap.
You can count on me.
Hastings, everything is at stake. With a little luck, our main suspect will soon be under lock and key. So, has Cust been arrested?
Yes, the Doncaster police are sending him by train.
That is good news. But why so gloomy, Chief Inspector?
Well, when I told the hotel owner that he was sheltering a murderer, he collapsed.
He's dead?
No, fortunately, but it has taken its toll on him. It has to be said that with his name starting with the letter D, he had every reason to fear Cust. I bet he was going to be the next victim.
Come now, Chief Inspector. He's at the hospital and the doctors are taking good care of him.
You think so?
Of course. Do not feel down, Chief Inspector. Let us focus on our investigation.
While we're waiting to question Cust, we could search his room in London.
Where does he live?
The Marbury Guest House.
I'll see you there.
Yes, but start without me. First of all, I have to sort out a few details for Cust's transfer.
I understand. À bientôt. Hastings, we are making good progress. Please go and search the room of our #1 suspect.
With pleasure. I did have a dentist appointment, but I'll cancel.
The dentist. So that is why you were so nervous and bad-tempered.
A visit to the dentist is never an enjoyable prospect.
But an unavoidable one. Go to your appointment, Hastings. I will manage on my own. To Marbury Guest House, please.
How do you do? You must be Mr. Hercule Poirot. Chief Inspector Jubb told me that you might be coming.
Madame, you may be of valuable help to me.
It would be my pleasure to help you. Will there be some journalists there as well?
I think you might even be interviewed. You are key witness.
I've suspected him for some time, but he appeared so harmless. Oh yes, sometimes he got angry and waved his arms about. But even then, he wasn't frightening. And he was as gentle as a lamb again immediately afterwards. It was only this morning that I understood. He told me he was going to Cheltenham, but my daughter saw him at Euston Station. It's not the right station. To get to Cheltenham, you have to take the train from Paddington. And what's more, Mr. Cust left behind an ABC with Doncaster underlined. As you can imagine, when I saw that, I called Scotland Yard.
Well done. You were right. He did go to Doncaster.
So I was right to warn the police.
Tell me, did you have any other reason to suspect Mr. Cust?
Well, he's odd. Sometimes he coughs really loudly and complains that his throat is burning, and sometimes he talks to himself and stares into space. He told me that it was because of a wound he got in the war. His head hasn't been quite right since, he said. And then he was in Churston when that millionaire got murdered. I found his train ticket when I washed his coat. He didn't want me to wash his shirt. He washed it himself. But I did see big brown stains on it.
Where were the stains on the shirt?
On the collar and on the buttonholes.
Got used to travel for his work. Is that correct?
Oh, it wasn't for pleasure. He was always unwell on trains. But he had to sell his stockings around England. I have to respect my engagements, he used to say.
Do you know where Cust was at the time of the murder in Andover and Bexhill? On June the 21st and July the 25th?
No, I don't know. That was a while ago, you know.
But surely you keep a register.
It won't do you much good. Mr. Cuss rents his room for the year. If he goes away for a few days, I have no reason to make a note of it. Ah! I remember one thing. Bexhill's by the sea, right?
Indeed, it is a large seaside resort.
Well, as it happens, at the start of July, Mr. Cast asked me to repair his bathing dress. Suspicious, huh?
Very interesting. Please continue.
I also forgot to say that he started buying newspapers that talked about the case.
Which newspapers?
The evening ones and the daily ones.
That will be all for now. I'm going to take a look at his room.
Take the key on the counter.
This lady is very suspicious.
It looks like I've found the real master of this house.
Oh God, it's not over, please. I think it was this lady. She set up the other guy.
Don't worry about the household cat. I'm sure that Mrs. Marbury lets it do what it pleases.
Was that really necessary to observe, though? Just give me the key.
I should check the register. Mrs. Marbury may have been hiding something from me.
Oh, don't you try and steal my thunder, Poirot.
I don't think my register will help you. Mr. Cuss rents his room all year. If he goes away for a few days, I have no reason to make a note of it.
But how can I get you to... Oh, no, she's letting me look at it anyway.
The truth is becoming apparent, and I have something to say to Mrs. Marbury.
Can I say it now? Perhaps we should leer at her
This woman
first.
appears to be in a good mood.
Oh, why wouldn't she be? She's peeling tatties. Now, I don't like my potatoes peeled. I think potato skin is great. But what you can do is, if you find someone that does like to peel their tatties...
Mrs. Marbury is in a good mood. She's working very precisely in producing incredibly thin peel.
Take the peels off of them. Shake them in a little splash of oil. Add some cheese and grill them up. Oh,
Mrs.
my
Marbury,
days.
if I am to believe the register, you rented room 306 to a certain Mr. Fishman on the day of the Bexhill murder. Room 306 is Cust's room. Can you explain yourself?
Yes, I remember. Just for one night as a favour. Mr. Cust was away, all my other rooms were taken, and poor Mr. Fishman had nowhere to go.
It doesn't matter, provided that you remembered to change the sheets.
Oh, do you think so?
Is that it?
Mr. Cust's room is right there on the 3rd floor.
Oh, okay. Who the heck is Fishman? Fraser, Bernard, Dunbar, Asher, Barnard. I don't recall a Fishman. Oh, gotta get those ego points, which have had no use for anything at all so far. Maybe the main menu will explain more later on.
Laudanum Cameron's chemists.
I don't know. Just about everything you pick up in this game, it wants you to spin it around.
Clark prescribed for Mrs. Asher. This subject would probably be useful to me.
They must think they've invented the wheel with this. Come on, come on. There's usually just the right angle. There we go.
Acid, Johnson Company.
Johnson.
I know this medicine. It is a powerful sedative. This subject would probably be useful to me.
Alright, let's go and knock out the lady at the front desk then. Yeah, the cat can kill Nancy in the Japan game.
The ABC case are here, from the Churston murder onwards. Nothing before that date. Most probably the basting dress repaired by Mrs. Marbury's expert hands. Trousers, white shirts, everything has been washed very well. The Bexhill daily paper, dated from the day of the Bexhill murder.
Yeah, you're right, A-Cab. I'm seeing Nancy Drew games in a whole new light after this.
ABC guys, enough to sign about a dozen murders. How hopeful. This place is a real mess.
It is? Slightly misaligned bed.
The least we can say that Mr. Cust is not very concerned about order and balance.
Slightly misaligned bed. Get a load of this guy. Well, somebody was saying it seems quite implied that our man Poirot is on the spectrum.
A long-bladed knife. A murderer's weapon. This subject would probably be... It's an ABC.
Good Lord, Poirot.
John Milligan, Managing Director, Silky Legs, Frederick Street, Leicester. To A.B. Cust, Marbury's Guest House, 1935, May the 21st. Dear Sir, further to our letters dated 5th and 10th of the month, we confirm we are you as door-to-door salesman, according to the conditions stated in our previous letters. We will send you the articles by mail and also a Redfield typewriter you will be using for every business letter. Regarding the schedule of your rounds, please do as following. June 21, Andover. Arrive by train the 20th in the evening and get a room at Station Hotel. Start your turn in the north part of the town. This letter establishes that Cust went to Andover, but the ink has hidden the destinations of his other trips. I know from Mrs. Marbury that he went to Churston. I just have to show that he went to Bexhill, and I will have proved that he was present at all the crime scenes. Cust is parsimonious. He keeps his pencils and sharpens them until there is nothing left. It is clear that he did not grow up in luxury. Did Cust drop it when he opened the window? Or was it Mrs. Marbury while she was cleaning? I have to get the ribbon. How am I going to do it?
Oh, we are far from done here. Good thing we have a knife. Can we just spin this right round like a record, baby? There
Left
we go.
heel has been removed. The right hand heel has been removed.
Yes. Been a long time since I've
Here is
handled
the
a
ribbon.
typewriter.
Let us see if it was indeed used to write the letters sent by ABC. I only need the ink ribbon for my inquiry. I will let Jack clean the keyboard if he wishes.
There's our double I.
All the letters announcing the murders were written on Cust's typewriter.
But not by Cust. Let's not jump to conclusions, Poirot. Okay, can we say we're done here? No, there's still something to search. I thought I already looked at his bed.
The least we can say that Mr. Cust is not very concerned about order and balance.
Yes, we know that. But what else is there to investigate? Things on the wall, perhaps?
War of 1914-1918. By the King's order, the name of Corporal A.B. Cust, Devonshire Regiment, was published on the London Gazette on May the 10th, 1918, as mentioned in a dispatch for gallant and distinguished service. An army dispatch, wounded on the Somme front, victim of a gas attack. Corporal Cust greatly deserves his distinction.
Okay. There is yet more to be found here, apparently.
This dark stain. It could be blood, but goodness knows how long it has been there.
Well, it's awfully red for something that's been there for a while. Might not even be blood. Now have we searched the room? No, there is still something to find here. Already looked at the bed, bedside, the books.
It is not the right time.
What else is there to even look at? The window? This is 6 out of 6.
The least we can say that Mr. Cust is not very concerned about order and balance.
Oh, I thought I'd looked at these.
It's closed.
Then open it. We have the wherewithal.
This knife is very useful. Who knows? Maybe it never cut anything other than string. Stockings. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Yeah, I don't think he was there. I don't think we got our man. Where was Cust at the time of the Bexhill murder? He was probably there.
The register shows that Cust did not sleep at the guest house on the day of the murder. Where was he? Bexhill. The Bexhill paper reveals it. Cust bought this newspaper in Bexhill on July the 25th. No use continuing the inspection of this room. I've seen all there is to see.
Can't believe we're doing such horrible things to our distinguished serviceman. He was there in the Somme. Why put him through this as well?
Goodbye, Mrs. Marbury. Thank you for your help.
Bye.
Freaking delivery.
Chief Inspector. I was about to leave.
Good evening, Chief Inspector. Welcome. Please excuse me, I must go to the kitchen. I'll leave the key of Mr. Cust on the counter.
I'm sorry I'm late. I've spent ages with the Doncaster police. And you?
I have established one fact. On 3 occasions, Cust was at the scene on the day of the crimes. There is no need to worry about the household cat. I'm sure that Mrs. Marbury lets it do what it pleases.
Come on, get moving.
I had best talk to Jap.
I've listened closely to what you have to say, Poirot. For me, there's no doubt Cust is guilty. Do you have any element that might prove the contrary?
That is what we're going to look for. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Was it possible for him to have killed the 3 victims? That's possible. He was there for St. Clark's murder. He has the knife. I don't think lying is what's right here, though. He had blood on him, apparently. He has the ABCs. Oh, golly gosh. It's definitely these 2. The other one is where he was. The blood. He has the knife. Why is that not it? Ah, that's the one. The location one. He was in all the places. He has the knife. He has the typewriter. He has the books. Could have. Was he suspicious? He had blood on him. He lied about his destination. He kept the newspapers, but none of this is stuff that he's done. I don't think he's really guilty.
Cust is overwhelming. His presence at the scenes, the knife, the blood-stained shirt, the ABCs in a box.
C'est vrai. However, the blood Mrs. Marbury saw on Cust's shirt may have been his own. According to his medical records, he suffers from hemoptysis. The murderer cut Sir Carmichael's throat from behind, and the blood spurted outwards. You would expect the murderer's shirt to be stained on the sleeves, not on the buttonholes, yet we see quite the opposite. You would expect the murderer to keep the newspaper articles about his crimes. But Cust's collection starts in Cheston, as if it discovered the case rather late.
I agree it's troubling, but it doesn't change my mind. There's small details that we should be able to clear up by questioning Cust.
When can we talk to him?
Doncaster is sending him to us on the first train.
Are they questioning him already?
He says he can't remember a thing.
It's plausible. Doctors say he suffers from absences and amnesia. Mrs. Marbury has confirmed this.
He may have done the murders in an altered state.
A familiar situation.
It's not enough to clear his name. Dr. Thompson insisted that even if you don't know what you're doing, you never commit a murder without wanting to.
Très intéressant. I shall remember that.
Right. I'll go and examine the suspect's room.
Chief Inspector, I took the liberty of removing a few clues to examinatum.
All right, we'll discuss them tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm going to see if you've missed something.
The great Poirot, missing something? You must be mistaken, Inspector. But this knife may prove useful. Alright, Scotland Yard a go-go.
To Scotland Yard, please.
Ooh, we get to do the questioning. Let's eye him up
This
first.
man is not in good shape.
Lowered eyes, shaking hands. Everybody in this game's got a massive nose. Receding hairline.
What do you want from me?
Just leering at you, don't worry, it's just what we do.
He is worried and very tired. And other police have been hard on him.
Why'd you do it, Stephen?
What?
Good day, Mr. Cust. I am Hercule Poirot.
Ah, you're the detective.
Yes, I am the person you have been sending the letters to.
I didn't write these letters. I've already said so.
Très bien. You did not hide these letters. But the question remains, who did?
Probably one of my enemies. I have many.
I do not believe that you are capable of murder, Mr. Cust.
I hope not.
You suffered during the war.
It's true. I was wounded. I suffered. But the army was the only place I didn't feel inferior. No questions. Just orders to follow.
But ever since you were wounded, you have absences, bouts of amnesia.
And headaches.
Professor Clark treated you.
Yes, a few years ago he really helped me with my burned throat.
Of course, you never considered killing a doctor who took such good care of you.
No, never.
Do you deny being at the scene of the crimes?
So? There was no harm in being there. It was only for my work.
You were seen at all the crime scenes.
Yes, I was. I travel a lot, but not for pleasure. I am terribly unwell in trains. But I had to respect my engagements. My employer gave me very precise written instructions about the towns I had to visit.
Let's see. The company you claim to work for, Silky Legs, has never heard of you. And as for these letters they sent you, they were written on your own typewriter.
The company sent me the typewriter when I started working for them.
Yes, but the letters were received afterwards. So it would appear that you typed them before sending them to yourself.
I don't remember. Good God! I don't know what's happening to me. My head hurts terribly.
He is prey to a terrible anxiety. Is it remorse? Or simply the pressure of the questioning and the train journey? He is in no state to reply. I am not going to leave before having finished questioning him.
Do I have to continue to bully this soldier? There's another war right around the corner as well.
He is prey to a terrible anxiety.
Perhaps I need to calm him down with some medicine.
Take this. It will help you.
Wait, I had 2 medicines. Was that the right one?
Oh, I think I'll be fine.
Let us see, Cust. Look at me. You know very well that you committed these murders?
Yes, I know.
But I'm not wrong in saying that you do not know why you committed them.
No, I don't.
Can I give him the other medicine? Oh gosh, I think I gave him the wrong one. Oh well, come now.
Let us leave Cust alone. He's at the end of his tether.
And what conclusions have you drawn?
Plenty. It might help us to understand him a little better. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
What do we know about Cust's hairline? Well, he's got a problem with his throat. He's got issues. Absent of mind. Mentally and physically weak. Oh, yeah. Are there any clues that support his guilt? Well, there's blood on him. Oh, that do not support his guilt. Didn't have all the letters. Didn't recognize Poirot, he didn't. He had no reason. Oh, I would have thought those would be the two. Are there any clues that do not support the guilt? There are plenty of clues that don't support it. I think I already tried you with everything, but I would have thought no reason is a pretty good argument here. He had stains on the buttonholes. That's not really a problem. Oh well, here we go. Can I put you up there, actually? Might make my life a little easier. For the old rub everything. Ah, here we go. You'd expect him to be yeah, that's what I was getting at. Are there any clues that do not support his guilt? Yeah, he didn't write the letters. He didn't keep the newspapers. He didn't recognize me. Why is that? Why is not... How egoistical are we? Can we say without a shadow of a doubt he is guilty? He didn't write the letters, and he had no reason. He's not the... Oh god, that means I only have about half an hour to find out who is guilty.
This is worse.
There is one point to highlight. C'est curieux. Cust admits that he killed, but he does not know why. What did Dr. Thompson say? Even if Cust killed while in an altered state, it still must have been his deepest desire. He must have had a motive.
Let's keep it simple. Never mind his motive. He confessed.
But you see, he can confess to anything and everything. He denied the murders and then he confessed to them. He confirmed that he never typed the letters. Then, with great ease, I managed to get him say quite the opposite.
Come on, he behaved like a guilty man. He lied to his landlady.
Because deep down he believes himself guilty. From the papers, he noticed that he had always been at the scene of the crimes. He must think that he killed and then simply forgot what he had done.
How can you be so sure?
Let us look at his psychological profile. You will understand my point of view.
Yeah, well said, Jap. Let's get out of here.
And get our brain cells to work.
Couldn't we have just played as Jap? This game would have been over in 20 minutes, not 6 hours. Is Cust clever? Can I move these? Apparently not. Is Cust clever? What? Let us look again at this murder. You'll see that the murderer carried it out to perfection. Ah, but now we need to prove that he's not all that clever. There we go. He just followed orders. Is he sure of himself? He was very hesitant and shy. Is he a seducer? Nope. Does he like trains? Doesn't like trains. But who does like trains? We spoke to someone who already said he likes trains. Is he impulsive? No, he's harmless. Can I go back and change that? Because I think I wanted to use that instead. Miser. Oh wait, I can't switch this out? Can I undo this? Oh well. Is he generous? No, probably not. Miserly.
You see? Cust's character is quite the opposite of the murderer's.
But if he's a madman, can we really talk about his character?
You know very well that our murderer does not behave like a psychopath. Apart from the signature, there is no ritual repetition in the choice of victims.
Very well, you're right as always. So we have no confession, no culprit, no suspects, nothing. And all that after 2 months of inquiry? What should I do?
Have faith. Just give me 24 hours.
24 minutes. That's about all I can give you, Poirot. I think I messed up one of those, but it wouldn't let me unmess it up, even when I came out of it. Alright, we must make haste and lay waste.
Heaven, please.
Turn in your detective vest, Jackie.
Cust's arrest is a great success for you, Poirot. It's all clear now, except maybe 1 or 2 details.
Details. Ah, mon ami. The devil is in the detail, as we say.
Excuse me?
Patience, Hastings. Everything will be clear once our guests arrive. Best be prepared. Slip a revolver into your pocket before they do.
A revolver? But Poirot, what are you afraid of?
Scots.
Trust me. It is important you carry a weapon for this meeting. I will lend you mine.
What about telling me what you have in mind?
Surtout pas. You wouldn't be able to play your role. Wait 1 moment, I will bring you my weapon.
Alright, good thing we investigated where our weapon is earlier. Come on, freaking move it, man.
The white ammunition are blank cartridges. The others are real bullets. The revolver is loaded with blancs. I still have time to choose real bullets.
Oh, no, we're not here to kill someone. Don't be daft.
What about telling me what you have in mind?
Surtout pas. You wouldn't be able to play your role.
Let's get a good end by not killing someone.
Voila, I entrust you with my weapon. It has hardly been used, it is almost new. Chief Inspector, is that you?
Yes. Sorry, but we haven't found anything.
Have you checked the typewriter?
And the packaging, the letter, and the ribbon reel. We've only found prints left by Cust and his landlady.
Landlady,
Well,
you
never
say?
mind, I shall make do.
So, are you still
Landlady.
going to hold your meeting?
Of course, Chief Inspector. I can hear my guest coming up the stairs.
Why have you brought us here, Mr. Poirot?
Since Cust's arrest, I thought it was all done and dusted. Miss Gray formally identified him, as well as Miss Barnard.
Yes, and the stockings he saw drove the same brand as the ones found at my aunt's.
This is all true. However, a case is not closed if some questions remain open. And one question is, why did the murderer send me his letters? Why did he challenge me, Hercule Poirot?
Perhaps he wanted to play with you, to taunt you.
Xenophobia? Maybe he didn't like you because you're foreign.
I may be wrong, but maybe by provoking you, he was looking for glory?
All these theories should be studied. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
No. Alright, why did he make a mistake in the address? Late arrival was useful. Is it not very well known? Okay. Well, these aren't reasons, are they? What is missing here? The late arrival saved the murderer. Error in the address caused the letter to be delivered late. That's not why they made a mistake, though. Alright, screw it. We'll put in both of my brilliant observations and switch them out with everyone. Jeez Louise. But that wasn't a why. That was just saying, oh, he made a mistake. Oh, okay, then we know it's intentional. Why did the killer send his letters to Hercule Poirot? Because the body was still well warm. Glory? I don't believe that. Xenophobia? I don't believe that either.
Is everything clear now?
No.
You might like to explain your reasoning again.
Of course. First of all, remember that the murderer made it a rule to always post his letter before the murder. He never digressed from that rule. However, in Churston, he encountered a problem. The village has only 500 inhabitants. With advance warning, it would be easy to arrest him. Therefore, the murderer delayed his letters deliberately with the wrong address. The plan wouldn't have worked if he'd sent it to Scotland Yard or the papers because everybody knows their addresses. The mistake would have been corrected and the letter would have been on time. That is why the murderer chose me as the recipient.
Because for his plan to succeed, it was necessary for at least one of the letters to have a wrong address and get lost. It was very cunning.
Absolument. It is a very subtle plan. It matches the profile we have drawn up of him perfectly. That of an intelligent, daring and calculating murderer.
But that's not how you describe Cust.
You are quite right, mademoiselle. Like you, I find it hard to believe that this dull character is the clever murderer we are looking for.
Do madmen... I mean, if he's mad, he might have two very different sides.
No doubt. But the murderer is not mad. All the specialists agree that he does not have the profile of the psychopath.
But if Cust is not guilty, how do you explain his presence at the scene of the crimes?
Mr. Clark, the answer to your question is in the medical records of your brother's patients. Documents which Cust most certainly did not have access to. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Christ, it never gets any better. What do we know about Cust? He's easily influenced. Cust tries to overcome his travel sickness by traveling with... No? Newspapers, maybe. He was a door-to-door salesman, we know that. This is all stuff we know about Cust. What do you want me to say? He was in the war. He was wounded in the war. Did he want to swim? We know that he's easily influenced, yes. Go through everything else. There we go. Fragile and easy to... Oh, of course it's the wounded in war part. How do we explain his presence at the crime scenes? He was a door-to-door salesman. Did he want to swim? I doubt it. Medical records? No. Crime scenes? No. What, really? Him being a door-to-door salesman is not the presence explanation? This game sometimes. This game all the times. He buys newspapers that report on the case. He wanted to see the crime scenes and he wanted to swim. Those are ridiculous ideas. Ridiculous ideas for a ridiculous game. How is it not that he's a door-to-door salesman and pretty much anything else? Come on, that timer is ticking down. I do not have time anymore, game. I got 20 minutes, and God knows how much more of this facade remains. The only takeaway I'm getting out of this is that I will enjoy watching Morrighan and Blobber have to do the same as well. It's always so much more enjoyable watching others struggle with something that you have hands-on experience with. The true people that enjoy the best of Nancy Drew are those that have had to do their time as well. He was manipulated. The killer made him go.
Dr. Clark's patient's records provided a very useful list of potential victims, sorted by alphabetical order. The killer definitely used it, explaining the fact that all the victims were former patients of the doctor. It is this fact that clears Cust once and for all, because he never had access to these records. So how did he happen to be at the scene of the crimes? Either the murderer sent him there, or Cust was following him closely. Cust's highly suggestible nature leads us to the second hypothesis. The murderer was manipulating him. He systematically sent Cust to the towns where he was going to strike, so that the suspicion would land on the poor man's shoulder.
That's evil. What sort of killer could have such a plan? And what would he gain from 3 completely different murders?
Indeed, it seems unlikely that the same murderer committed all the crimes. What should we take from that?
Just one murder is of no interest. Kills for pleasure. 3 murderers.
There is not one murderer, but 3 accomplices, who all used the same scenario.
Do you mean that 3 murderers with quite different aims joined forces to create a smoke screen? Here's another question. Is it still necessary to find a motive for each crime? And the one in Andover poses problem. Why was poor Mrs. Asher killed?
Indeed. It would be best to forget the theory.
Oh, what a letdown, Poirot. How could you have done such a bungle?
Just one murder was of benefit to the murderer. The others were just diversions. On reflection, there is only one conclusion. The murderer killed once out of interest, and twice to divert our attention. This reasoning points at 2 potential culprits.
Franklin Clark. Donald Fraser?
Yes, mademoiselle. That's good thinking. Mr. Fraser may have killed Betty out of jealousy. Mr. Clark may have killed his brother in order to inherit his large fortune. Both have a motive.
But Donald did not have access to Dr. Clark's records.
Please allow me to disagree with you, mademoiselle. Donald, too, has been treated by the doctor.
You're quite wrong, Mr. Poirot, and it shouldn't be difficult to prove.
Oui, please excuse me. It was a slip of the tongue. This is what I wanted to say. Donald, Sir Carmichael was one of your firm's customers. We found a surveyor's report among his papers that proves it.
It doesn't prove that I went to Comeside.
You could have done it. And you may have used the opportunity to take a look at Sir Carmichael's records.
You think I'm guilty?
You or Mr. Franklin Clark?
That's ridiculous.
Both of you have a motive. The question is, which of you has the profile that most resembles the murderer?
Don't say it.
Try and get our brain cells to work.
Oh, God. Feel that phrase burrowing into my head. Oh, very non-consensually. Is Donald clever? Attentive. Generous. Horrible dreams. A bright man with a promising career ahead of him. He does well with trains. We noticed that ages ago. Is he confident? Not really, actually. He's attentive and generous. Doubts about himself. Oh. Wait, that's probably not the right one. Is he a seducer? Women seem to like him. Does he like trains? He says he likes trains. Your own words. Is he impulsive? One day. Is he generous? Oh, very generous. We're getting somewhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, Donald may share many character traits with the murderer, but he does not have his cold indifference. He has a temper. It is hard to imagine him planning anything. Also, jealousy is his motive, and crimes of passion are rarely planned.
Right, I suppose it's my turn to be subjected to the same scrutiny.
Absolument, Mr. Clark. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Stop it, Poirot. Is Franklin clever? A good student? Wait, where did I get that from? Oh yeah, his old school report things. Is he a confident individual? Successful new year, defending my interests, a cold-blooded guy. I'm a married man. Paying for train tickets. Sweet-talking, charming, sure of himself. Oh, is he a seducer? There's a relationship going on. I'm a married man. Yeah, there's definitely something going on with you there, Thora Grey. I think we should put in the married one, though. Oh, wait, oh, okay. Him saying he's a married man makes him a seducer. Does he like trains? Does he not love some good trains? Open TTD enthusiast? Wait, maybe it was me that did all the killings. Cold-blooded guy. Thank you for dealing with Mr. Wang. He reimbursed people instead of us having to do it.
As you have all seen, there is a disturbing similarity between Mr. Clark's profile and that of the killer. In actual fact, it is exactly the same.
Mr. Poirot, your psychological studies are interesting, but your conclusions do not add up. Why would I have wished my brother's death? The inheritance is lawfully mine. I just have to wait.
No, you had to act quickly. Because of Miss Grey. Mademoiselle, although you haven't been telling the truth, there is no doubt in my mind that you would have found a way to marry Sir Carmichael after Lady Clark's death. For you, Mr. Clark, it was a disaster. If Miss Grey had children by your brother, you would not have inherited a thing. You realized the danger after reading several letters from Comside, especially one in which your brother opened his heart to you. So you hurried home from China, and you took action. In truth, Cust was no more than a puppet manipulated by the real culprit. You, Mr. Clark.
Such an imagination, Mr. Poirot. In fact, nobody manipulated Cust. The famous instructions he received by post. He wrote them on the typewriter. We know that for sure.
Oh no. You know perfectly well. That is not true. Eh bien voilà. Light has now been shed on the ABC murders.
Your theories are ingenious, but you haven't any proof.
One point to him. For the moment, I have no material proof. Either I admit to it, or I bluff.
Get the gun! Invent an item of proof found in tobacco shop. Or talk about the fingerprints. Ah, the fingerprints. Then he'll go, oh, but there were no fingerprints. And they go, haha, how did you know that?
One thing proves it. The prints you left on Cuss' typewriter.
Enough.
Oh, of course you wiped the typewriter before sending it. But not carefully enough. Scotland Yard has found your print along with those of Cuss.
I understand why you never wanted to lend me your new typewriter. And why you were searching through your brother's things. And the hole you dug on the moors. What did you hide there? The knife you used to kill your brother?
Game, set, match. You win, Mr. Poirot. But it was worth trying. Don't come near me! I'll never let you take me, Mr. Poirot!
I'm sorry, Mr. Clark, there is no easy death for you. I expected your reaction, so I used blanks. I'm sorry, mademoiselle, but your second chance has been lost. Franklin Clark will never inherit his brother's fortune.
Disappointed at having missed the chance to become Lady Clark, Thora Grey left England. Donald Fraser and Megan Barnard married. On Poirot's recommendation, Mary Drower started to work for Lady Clark. The elderly lady's condition suddenly took a turn for the better. And a few months later, to Dr. Logan's great surprise, she was back on her feet again. According to this eminent physician, it appears to be an extremely rare case of spontaneous remission. Lady Clark has enjoyed very good health ever since. Journal of an Innocent, the incredible story of ABC. As for A.B. Cust, after being advised by Poirot, he made a great deal of money by selling his story to the press. And as for me, and with business booming, the Black Swan has become the #1 tourist attraction in the whole of Yorkshire, even more popular than York Minster.
There we go. Credits roll, the timer stops, and if nothing else, I can enjoy victory. And it truly is nothing else. This game was utterly horrible. God, the stiff character models, the terrible writing, the god-awful delivery of every bit of dialogue, the constant loading screens, the UI, moving around Poirot's portly ass from A to B. Every single moment of this was horrible. Especially getting those old grey cells of mine operational. Heavens no. But what truly surprises me is that I did come out and... Hold on, I need to read this. Because there was a particular way that things were written on this challenge. See if I can grab my weekly one-shot submission list. Because Blobber submitted this one, and it wasn't just the stipulations that we see on our screen. Oh no. He wrote here, and let's see if I can do this in Blobber voice, proved to be the most senior of detectives and finished the game in under 6 hours, 3 minutes and 55 seconds, the time Morrighan won our race of the game with. Didgeridoo. Crikey. So not only do I beat the weekly one-shot, I also beat Morrighan, who also beat Blobber. There wasn't any challenge in this game. You're just following along train tracks. Oh, train. Maybe it's pretty meta. Oh, it's one thing to win, but it's even more important to beat others. And in this case, Blobber is a beaten and broken old man, whilst I stand supreme. Yeah, that puts me in a difficult situation because I'm actually standing alongside him because we have a very important matter to do. That's choose prediction outcome. A glorious win for the win lobby. 6 million points going into the correct coffers. And we're about to see if I can get it on screen. Where are my things? Oh, no, that's not the one. It's never an accident me clicking on that. There. Oh god, no, he is there! How is he always there? Well, he doesn't show up in the big numbers here, but Blobber did back me on victory for this. As did Matty Mayo, Ultime, Peon, Browse, Ploppy, Gravoid, Nix, Anno, Blue, and Rainy. Suckling the points away from some nameless, spineless individuals, but we also know Morrighan was on here, so Morrighan lost the points and gave them over to Blobber. Well, enjoy your points more than I enjoyed playing through this ghastly game. And that, barring something happening, is the last stream I'm going to be doing for a while because I'm off to the UK. But no one really believes that. The Slay the Spire itch is still very much alive within me. So that's probably going to worm its way in sooner rather than later. As for me, I'm going to cook myself up a lovely congratulatory din-dins. I'm going to watch through the other senior defectives and how they tackled this game. And otherwise enjoy my evening and have to turn around the whole day. So until I am back with that crummy robot, 'tis a cheers and cheerio.